Welcome to the stream. Hello, everybody. Excuse me. Good morning, guys. It is Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. It is Wednesday, October 22nd. Another beautiful day here in sunny Los Angeles. Is it Wednesday? Hold on. It's Wednesday. Welcome to the stream, guys. Michael, Larry, Mr. Feeney, Paper Citadel, The Beast Mall, Super, Hey Nongman, Naughty Pop, Brusaya, Craig, Pretty Okay, Andy, Rain Wizard, Gen X. Good morning. ATX Couch Potato, Puff the Magic Bud, Naughty Pup. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to say anything, Naughty Pup. I don't know if you said anything, but you don't need to say anything. Boom. 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 Okay, there it is. Dr. Roxo, and then also Dr. Imposters. We have two doctors in the Twitch chat. That's very exciting. Hip, General Martok, Jaji, Sekurba, Little Boots, 6 Pink, 1 Blue, Meta Reaper, Chatterbox. We killed it. Good morning, guys. Good morning. I still have 2 questions. All right. Okay. All right. Naughty Pop.
Sorry, I had to turn the stream down. Okay. It is pertinent to all the stuff that you're probably going to talk about today.
Okay.
I'll do my first question first.
Okay.
Do you think the Mandami sushi shit that people are throwing fits about yesterday is harks back to when everybody threw a fit about Obama and the Dijon mustard?
They're similarly levels of silly. I think they're, well, maybe, yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Trying to paint somebody as like a bougie kind of elite person.
I mean, because I think it was only what, like $100 or something like that?
I don't know.
That sushi place?
The sushi thing is nonsense. I don't think that's serious, or a lot of people are going to be talking about that.
I agree.
Yeah.
And then my second question is how you like to pit two people against each other, and you only have to vote, and you can only vote for one: Planter or Trump.
You mean Plattner?
Or Plattner or Trump?
Plattner. Yeah, Plattner. Yes, I guess. I don't know. Yes. The Nazi tattoo is troubling. Concerning.
Oh, definitely.
The platinum though, yeah.
Okay, that was it. YouTube chat, like the damn stream.
Yeah, guys. Jesus. All right, thank you.
Bye.
If you guys haven't been paying attention, you are missing, in my opinion, one of the funniest rounds of political discourse that I've ever seen. It's gotta be top 5. The Plattner. No. I'm not even no. We don't even count Collargate in terms of political discourse. That's drama slop, okay? And we're not opposed to drama slop. I'm not saying that drama slop is bad. Okay. In terms of actual real world political discourse, this is genuinely one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen in my fucking life. It is so fucking funny. It is unbelievably funny. Can I get you guys to link some of your favorite tweets that were discussing this situation? Because, I mean, I have a few bangers. But I know there had to have been a lot more. So if you're totally out of the loop, there's this guy named Graham Plattner who is running in the Democratic Senate primary race in Maine, looking to unseat Susan Collins, who is just a fucking juggernaut of politics. She has won 5 straight Senate races running as a Republican in a blue state. She is very difficult to beat. She's just a formidable politician. And then this guy, Graham Plattner, came along. And you guys can't fucking accuse me of like just having a hate boner for lefties. The regulars of the stream, like you guys you don't get to do that, because what have I been saying about Plattner this whole fucking time? Like this whole time, okay? There is a record of me saying this. You have to comb through just countless hours of Twitch VODs. But I am on the record for literally fucking 2 months, or I don't even know how long. I said immediately, I was like, oh, I don't love populist rhetoric, because he's one of these like populist guys. I don't love populist rhetoric. I think populism has a frankly horrifying track record throughout the course of human history. But I've also been saying that I think populist rhetoric might just be necessary right now, because it just seems like very fashionable. But I've been saying this guy's a really interesting candidate because he's super masculine coded. And I think Maine is a little bit more like independent, not like super far left. And so I thought like, oh, this is a really interesting candidate. And you know, you look at some of the polls and it's like, damn, he's up like 14 points on Susan Collins. That's crazy. Progressives really love this guy because he's, you know, pretty far left, I would say, right? It was discovered last week that he had an old Reddit account that he when you delete a Reddit account, I assume, even though the posts, do they stay up? Do they stay archived? Time for me to jump in the waiting room and debate bro Hutch about why a Nazi tattoo isn't a big deal. Oh, I would love to get into those discussions. The username usually appears as deleted. Gotcha. In any case, someone discovered an old Reddit account of his where, you know, a lot of the stuff didn't really bother me. You know, like he was talking about how he was a full-blown communist now, and you know, he did hallucinogens, and I think there was one post of him saying we might need to start using some guns. You know, that was like a little like, well, you know. But I don't know. For the most part, it was fine, like in my opinion, you know. And then he came out, he apologized for it, and I thought he owned the apology really well. It's this guy. This is Graham Plattner. Remember this guy? We know this guy. We've covered him a bunch. This fucking guy. Not that person. This guy here.
Hey all, it's Graham here. As you've probably
He's got that voice, you know. He's just got that Graham Plattner voice. You know, like
My grandfather was a wealthy architect and my father was an attorney, but I'm just a salt of the earth working class lobster farmer.
well, I don't do you farm lobsters? What do you call fishermen? I don't know. He's just, you know, and like there was a part of him that I thought was like a little bit cringe, right? Like he said but I've been saying this whole time, I'm like, I don't really care about my personal opinion. He seems like that could be like a really cool candidate for Maine, you know, like if that's what really resonates with voters and we unseat Susan Collins, like, fuck it, I'm in. Fucking democratic socialism, let's go. Just the voice is just like, you know, that's a guy that's gonna pull over and give you a jump if your battery dies. You know what I mean? That motherfucker's pulling over every fucking time to help people change a tire and put on a spare, you know?
seen there's a story that's broken about comments I made on Reddit in an earlier part of my life. As I read through them, I read things that I absolutely do not agree with. I read through and I see things that, words and statements that I abhor. I also see
Oh boy, I'm sorry. Did I miss a super chat earlier? I did. I'm so sorry, Gen X. So sorry, I just fucking ignored you. Thank you for $10, Jen. Dr. Ocho with 10 Canadian. Did you notice how people like Emma suddenly understand compromising on imperfect candidates when it's about Israel, Palestine, but not about running anti-choice, but otherwise Dem candidates in Alabama? When it's about Israel, Palestine. I mean, yeah. We'll get into that. There's a lot to unpack with this whole story. Like I almost went live last night at like 9 or 9:30. Like I almost went live again last night because I was seeing it was so fucking funny. Let's go to Emma Viglin's tweet about it. She's I would say like not handling it super well. Before we get to that, I mean, we need to discuss what's happening. So Graham Plattner has a literal Nazi tattoo. That is essentially the gist of it. It is just a very explicit, unambiguous Nazi tattoo. Like it is for sure, zero doubt. I'm sorry. If you don't think this stuff is funny, I don't know what to tell you. We are living in a actual episode of Succession. That's what's happening right now. There was a whole episode about this. Not exactly, but I'm not gonna pretend like I was familiar with this imagery. I wasn't, you know. This is the first I've seen of this. Wait, what happening right now? The fuck? I am so confused. Oh, there. Okay. All right. So this little skull situation over here, It's called a Tukentempt or so. What is it called? What's it called, guys? Takentubed. A Tuken pop. Bibbidi poop. A token conf. Yeah, that's what it's called. I didn't know. I couldn't have told you what this image was a day ago. But apparently it is just explicit, unambiguous Nazi tattoo. A Toten poop. Like there's a scene in Inglourious Bastards, and I think the Nazi has a pin on their outfit, whatever you call it, regalia. Let me see if I can find that image. What's it called again? A Tupen pop? A swibbity poop? Takenschlap? A token comp. Token conf. Okay. A bibbity boop. We'll call it a bibbity boop. Oh, Jesus, that's actual porn. What the fuck? Dude! How? I go on Twitter and I search Inglourious Bastards Tuken Pop, and it's just like porno. Just like fucking porn. What the fuck, man? How do you even... What is going on with Twitter's search algorithm? Like, it was just porn. It was just a black man fucking a white woman from behind. Like, I didn't ask for this, you know? Adam with $10. Watch Graham Plattner turn into the next John Fetterman if he gets elected. Boy, oh boy, I am just fucking so riveted with the story at this point. I actually, I'm sorry. This whole thing is so fucking funny. Let me just see if I can find an image. Inglourious Bastards. Point on this map. It was that guy. This guy here. Wait, no. It wasn't this guy. Was it? Who is the main evil Nazi guy's name? What's his name again? Chris something? Just take my word for it, okay? You can find, if you watch Inglourious Bastards, Hans Landa. Okay, hold on. Hans Landa. I think... No, he doesn't have one. Well, somebody linked an image of Inglourious... Oh, wait, was it this? Hold on. Somebody linked an image of Inglourious Bastards, and there was a pin of the Tuken Pop, the Tubity Poop. And so I guess it's a very well-known Nazi symbol that I didn't know about. But apparently, I was in the minority. It's a symbol that, to a large degree, is associated with SS brigades who were responsible for the management of concentration death camps. Well, now I gotta look at the Tubity Pop, Tubity Poop. Token Conf, I think is what it was, right? Token Conf? Token Kopf. Kopf? Wikipedia. Totenkopf. Mushroomy with $2. Bro, Kyle Kalinske defended Hassan on Collargate. Dude, even fucking Ludwig of all people came out and was like, yeah, that shit was definitely a collar or a shot collar. What? That guy avoids drama like the plague. And even he came out and he was like, yeah, that's a shot collar. And isn't his girlfriend Cutie Cinderella? Am I wrong about that? This guy is straight up allergic to drama. And even he came out and was like, yeah, that's a fucking shot collar.
Do I think Hassan shocks his dog? I have no fucking clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based off what's on my.
Well, those seem to be at odds. I have no fucking clue, but he 100% had a shot collar. Well,
My For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant that he hasn't shocked her. But that 100% is a shock collar, as a fact. I feel like that shit is 100% a shock collar. But I got no clue.
it all feels a bit contradictory, you know? So anyways, there's some context here, guys. I want to give you guys some context, all right? I am somebody who's very online, all right? I would say I'm doing better these days. I'm like less online, but very online. And what I can tell you about the current moment and why this discourse is so charged up, I can do that, all right? It is complicated because we're dealing with a lot of different people who are motivated by a lot of different things, but I think we can boil down this moment to something pretty fucking simple. And we've talked about this a lot on the no collar, back to the tattoo. I want to call in. All right, I'm down, liking. Discord.gg/Hutch. We can get into it. But let me just give some backstory. I just want to explain something right now. Okay. I want to contextualize the objectively fucking hilarious discourse that is happening on twitter.com right now. Pull up the Token Pop. Well, I was going to look that up. Token Pop Wikipedia. It is 3rd SS Panzer Division Tudipoop. The 3rd SS Division Twibblepop was an elite division of the Waffen SS of Nazi Germany during World War II. Formed from the Standarten of the SS-TV, its name Twibbity-Poop is German for Death's Head, and the skull and crossbones symbol, and it is thus sometimes referred to as the Death's Head Division. So it's a very, very specific Nazi tattoo. Like, you know, it's like, you know, it's like what I'm trying to think of, like a metaphor here or an analogy. It's not only a Nazi tattoo, it's like a very specific Nazi tattoo. The reason why people are getting so fired up about this is because we're having a bit of what you might call a moment on the left right now. Little evergreen, which is basically never a time where you can't say that, but you know, we're having a bit of a moment in left-wing politics right now. And what is happening is the left flank of the country know that they cannot win elections on their own. Like, they can't build a coalition big enough by themselves to take on Republicans. But they also hate Democrats. And so what they've been trying to do for a really long time is a hostile takeover of the party. They are very hostile and antagonistic, and they smell blood in the water right now. Like, we've been talking about this for a little bit. They smell blood in the water right now. Kamala, humiliating loss to Donald Trump. Oh my God, she lost every swing state. She lost the fucking popular vote. Libs in disarray. Now's the time we pounce. And by far the number one issue that motivates these people right now is not Medicare for all, not paid family leave, not robust protections for unions. It's Israel-Palestine. Give me just a second. I just want to explain the absurdity that is on the timeline right now. It is Israel-Palestine. And what they're trying to do right now is essentially kick anybody that they can, anybody and everybody, out of the Democratic Party and primary them or replace them or beat them with progressive populist candidates. And they see Mamdani as a sign that the country is just like sprinting towards them. The yearning masses, you know, they yearn for the left-wing populists to come in and excite them and make them feel alive. And it's not that Mamdani's win is not impressive, and it's not that he didn't run a brilliant campaign. It was impressive, and he did, and is running a brilliant campaign. I quite like him. And he's grown on me. He's grown on me. But they see his kind of ascension in New York City as a sign. Things are changing. We're on the verge of a revolution. Hutch, is that not at all possible? IMO, I think that's the future of this country. It's possible. I'm not gonna say it's impossible that they succeed in this like hostile takeover of the Democratic Party, but I doubt it. Midlife Maddie, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it, buddy. I just really doubt it. Okay. And I have a logical explanation for that. Not just a gut feeling. Like, the reason why I don't have a lot of confidence in the progressive wing of the country being successful in a hostile takeover is because they just straight up don't do any internal critiques. When they lose races, they externalize all of the blame. That to me does not feel like a recipe for future success. Now, maybe they just luck into it because things get so bad and just destabilize that, you know, holy shit, it actually worked this time. Maybe, but they're not really, you know, you're just not seeing like any part of the progressive movement try to unpack and figure out why they did bad with this demographic versus that demographic, and maybe if we shift the messaging this way, and there's just like none of that. You do see that in the Democratic Party, like all the time. You know, they do postmortems and, you know, election analyses and tons of focus testing and polling and you know, like there was just a postmortem that came out just recently of the DNC. Like the DNC did a 2024 postmortem and dove into the particulars of, you know, mistakes that the party made. And progressives don't do that. They just don't do that. They go, well, it was the establishment. Well, it was AIPAC. Well, it was the donor class. You know, that's all they do. That's all they ever do. And so if that changes, if that seriously changes, then I might change my tune and be like, you know what? There's some potential there. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have. Just to be clear, I'm not great with Discord messages or DMs or text messages or emails. I'm better with text messages. We'll say that. All elite memes with $10. This is what I meant when I said the moderate electorate just plays favorites. So cults of personality like MAGA, Plattner is a leftist fave, so he gets endless passes, as does Trump with the right. Okay, I agree. Thank you for the dono. So in summary, the progressive wing of the country, in my opinion, delusionally have convinced themselves that they're on the precipice of like a massive lefty driven Tea Party movement of the Democratic Party, and they think they can actually accomplish this takeover and fucking kick out every Israel supporter in the party, and then they're gonna send Netanyahu to the fucking Hague, or the Hague, the David Hague, and you know, they're gonna do a one-state solution in Israel, and you know, everybody's gonna get healthcare, and it's just like they just feel like they're this close. You know what I mean? Like it's right in sight, and like Plattner represents a really important opportunity. If you can flip a Senate seat from, you know, moderate Democrat to progressive, hey, that's cool. If you can flip a red seat to progressive instead of a neoliberal corporate AIPAC money taking Israel loving shill, then it helps that, you know, they feel like they're going to get there. And so, you know, Plattner, the Reddit posts come out last week, and they're not great. You know, like some of them are not that bad or whatever, but like they're not great. And you know, I defended him. He came out and he owned it, apologized for it, contextualized it in a way that I felt was authentic and sincere. I was like, you know what? You know, initially I was like, I don't know if we can weather this storm. But then he came out with the video. I'm like, you know what? That's respectable. I don't know. I don't think this has to be the thing that destroys him. And then 4 days later, and then 4 days later, I'm scrolling through my feed, and so he has a literal Nazi tattoo. And boy, these responses are fucking hysterical. Emma, what did she say about it? Hold on. How many people get tattoos that they thought looked cool but didn't understand the meaning of? How many vets took mercenary work for a period because the US doesn't support them? How many young men have shit posted online? Do we want authentic working class party or not? That, you know, that one wasn't even the worst one, right? I must say that I find the idea that and this is what they're going with, by the way. Graham Plattner went on Pod Save America. We'll probably watch that. And his explanation was that his explanation was that he accidentally got a Nazi tattoo. Which, to me, I have to say, even if I took that at face value, I don't love that. It does not inspire confidence for me were I a main primary voter. It would not inspire confidence in me to support someone who accidentally got a Nazi tattoo 17 years ago and then just never bothered to get it removed. I think I would probably go, you know what? I think Mills is probably, I think I'm going to go with Mills. Mills is the Maine governor who has, a decently progressive track record, by the way. Governor Mills of Maine massively expanded Medicaid subsidies when her predecessor did not. Did a free higher learning initiative for some high school graduates. I don't know the particulars of that policy, but it was like free college, right? I looked at her track record. She's been super pro-trans, like very like based and awesome and good on like being super pro-trans. Was a popular governor, left the governorship with like, 50-50-ish approval ratings, but she had a decent track record, but she supports Israel, so, and she's old. She is old, I'll give you that. All right, Lycan wants to talk about this. Get into it. Hello. Mic check.
Hello. How you doing?
Hey, man, what's up? Long time no talk.
Long time no talk, man. How are you?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I started ADHD medication. It kind of changed my life.
Which would you go with? Vyvanse?
Yeah, the person I was speaking with said that was like the gold standard these days, and
it is. Having done both Adderall and Vyvanse, I like the Vyvanse more because it took about 3 months for me to really settle into it, but the come up, come down is a lot smoother. With Adderall, I would be immediately get to work. I'd take that fucking thing, and by the time I got to the office, I'd be in the zone. And I'm talking like dead lights in the eyes, staring at the computer for 8 hours. And then there would be nights that I wouldn't go home until 7 or 8 o'clock because I'm just working and it's feeling good. But then your eyes feel like fucking Thor's hammer has been tied to them and it's pulling your eyelids down because you're just crashing so hard. I don't get that shit with Vyvanse. So I think Vyvanse is pretty good. I'm glad it's working for you.
Yeah, the first few days that I was on it, the come up felt like similar to taking Molly. Like it was kind of intense. And then after 3 days, it was not really, my body adjusted to it and it doesn't do that anymore. But yeah,
it's funny you say that. When I took Adderall, so like I'm a restless person, being ADHD myself. But I never really did like the leg jitter thing. But then when I would take Adderall, first thing with my cup of coffee, first thing in the morning, like I would get this euphoric kind of tingle through my body, and bouncing my knee felt really, really good. And that's how I actually ended up developing like a tick that normally ADHD people do anyway when they're fucking bored.
Yeah, sounds about right. I snorted Adderall once in college, and then and then spent 6 hours cleaning the entire dorm. There was like a little bit of
Christ.
It was great though. I loved it. And so like my buddy comes home and I'm in the bathroom with a mop, like mopping the ceiling like vigorously. And my buddy like turns the corner and he sees me and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Anyways, I'm sorry. We're getting a little sidetracked there.
Did you do a full like 10 milligram instant release capsule? Like that whole thing through the nose?
I have no idea. My buddy was just like, "Here you go." I was like, but no, Lycan. So we have had conversations before. You're veteran guy on the left. I would say that you have become more left wing, I think. Tell me if I'm wrong, in the last like few years.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty fucking staunch liberal. I am progressive, but I hold a different view on what progressivism is. Like Obama was considered a progressive back in like 2008 when he was running. And obviously the Overton window shifts and all that shit, but people have tried to tie me to other people and say that I am now a commie and a socialist, and I'm not. Trust me, I have no problem. Clearly, if I'm willing to come out and stake positions that get me a ton of shit from my own side, I would happily admit if I was further left than I am. But no, I just feel that I have some progressive positions, but at the end of the day, I'm just a diehard liberal.
I didn't call you a communist, just to be clear. But yeah.
No, I know.
All right. Let's talk about Graham
But
Plattner.
So I mean, perfect segue, because every time I say something even benign about but not negative about someone that is a commie or a leftist or whatever, I get shit, which is funny because this dude has been popping up in my fucking reels. And right now on reels, all I care about is watching Alois play Dr. Mundo on fucking League of Legends, and cooking videos and jet videos, like airplanes. And so I skip the politics because I go there to escape this shit that I live in the rest of the time on Twitter. And so I didn't look into this fucking dude until like you and I had that tweet reply, and I'm like, okay, who is this guy? Because I wanted to go see the tattoo, and I was like, of course, he's fucking considered a leftist. And so here I am to not defend, but this will be real quick. I'm here to offer some additional context so you can make an informed decision. So I'm going to send you a link real quick. So
on Discord?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So back many years ago, 2012, this photo comes out and causes a little shitstorm, right?
Can't imagine why.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to show that to your audience in case some of them might be familiar with it. But the scout snipers, the Marine scout snipers, had an SS flag. Look, at the end of the day, fucking no bueno, right? But the mindset for a lot of these people was varied. Like, some people legitimately didn't know. I'm not talking about necessarily these guys, but like, I'll say for myself, like, when I saw the SS, I knew it was like, the Waffen SS. Like, I knew what the symbol was, but no one thought it and was like, haha, yeah, white power or any shit like that. When they saw it, it was just like, oh, Nazis were fighting, the SS was an elite group and all that other shit, and the scout snipers, and the SS kind of matches the scout sniper. So it was just kind of like something you saw and were like, okay, whatever. You didn't really think about it. They had to do this like whole training thing after this shit came out, where they made every unit like do training with all of their fucking troops and sit down and say, this is why you can't fucking do this. And kind of like telling some, 16-year-old gamer bro why you can't say the N-word, like that, hey man, you don't know. Like, even if you're saying it in a way that you think is positive, like, you don't know how everyone else is taking it. If you've got a black dude in chat, like, he's been hearing that word negatively for a long time. He's not going to understand the context. He doesn't really care about the context because he's had that word thrown at him. It was kind of like that kind of liberal 101 shit had to be explained to a bunch of fucking Marine soldiers, sailors, airmen, right? Mm-hmm. But the point is that these symbols were being used in a way that wasn't intended to, like, as like some covert hand signal about Nazism or anti-Semitism or anything like that. There was some that knew where it came from. Were like, haha, this is badass. The SS were badass, and well, we don't condone what they fucking did. Like, they were the fucking SS, right? And it matches Scout Sniper. And then you get the almost done. And then
okay,
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I just feel like there's some really relevant information that directly ties into what you're saying, because his former campaign director made a statement on this, by the way. I don't know if you saw this. But she said, I've run out of self-restraint, worse than when the guys on the train to Boston were fanboying over Red Eats. I don't know what that is. The DC consultant class has fucked up our US Senate race again, and you all need to stop snipping at each other. This is seriously the dumbest timeline. Graham has an anti-Semitic tattoo on his chest. He's not an idiot. He's a military history buff. Maybe he didn't know it when he got it, but he got it years ago, and he should have had it covered up because he knows damn well what it means. His campaign released it themselves to some podcast bros, along with a video of him shirtless and drunk at a wedding to try to get ahead of it. The vault is open for the GOP to fucking crush any dreams we had, blah, 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 etc., etc. There's also quotes that journalists have from people in Plattner's life who claim that he just explicitly identified, what is it called again? The Tokenpop? The token conf. He claims that he said, this is my token conf, So like,
yeah, I saw that.
I don't know. To me, like, there's a couple things here, right? Like,
right. If he's lying, yeah, fuck him for lying and all that shit, right? But all I wanted to do was give you a little context that there are people who have intentionally got these symbols not knowing what they mean, or knowing but not meaning it that way. And so if we're talking about, personal growth and the development of an individual, I'm just giving you that additional bit of context so you can take that into your evaluation. If you think he's lying, cool. But if you don't think he's lying, I think it helps for you to know that there are people who, even after that shit in 2012 with the SS stuff, people who still kept the things because they're like, it's kind of like Camp Lejeune was formally renamed to Camp Lejeune because the family said that's the proper way to pronounce it. But Marines were like, no, fuck that. We've always known it as Lejeune. We're going to keep calling it Lejeune. Now, obviously, that's a benign kind of thing for the most part, maybe a little disrespectful to the family. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like that there are people who would hear that and be like, well, I don't mean it that way. And this is what we've always used. So
yeah, I understand that. I understand that. I'm not even saying it's implausible, entirely that he didn't know that he was getting this tattoo. It seems less plausible to me, but fine. Let's say we grant that. Let's just say we grant that. To me, it's kind of a bad situation either way, because he either got the tattoo knowing what it was because he had some fucking shitty beliefs back in the day, and then lied about it. It would be one thing if he came out and said, I might even be open to, you hear about Nazis that changed their life. I'm in recovery in NA, so I've met a lot of people who have Nazi tattoos who were in fucking prison.
I know a dude who went to prison and got the fucking thing on his neck in a prison tattoo so that he didn't get, fucked with. And, and when he got out, he was like, I'm not getting it covered up because I did this to myself, and it's, I'm going to live with it.
Most of the people, I've known dozens of dudes that fucking literally have Nazi tattoos, and it's usually because they don't have a lot of money and to get rid of the tattoos. And so it's just, it is what it is. And those people were good people. These people were in recovery and turned their lives around, and it is what it is. And, maybe if he would have come out there and said, hey, listen, this was a fucking horrible time in my life. Here's my transformation. Just found a way to own it like the Reddit post. Maybe you can get through that. You know what I mean? But well,
that's again, sorry, go ahead.
But he didn't do that. If he got it, knowing what it was, he lied about it. And then the other explanation, quite frankly, just makes him look like a fucking idiot. Just makes him look dumb. Okay, you accidentally got a tattoo 17 years ago. Fine, let's just grant that. You didn't get rid of it? You didn't find out at some point in the last 17 years that it was a Nazi tattoo, and you didn't think to get rid of it? It's not like this guy doesn't have money. He comes.
So I think
go ahead.
Yeah, what's that? The not Charlie Kirk, the Turning Point USA, the stage that's shaped like the collar emblem of a Nazi. I don't know if it's SS or whatnot. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but it sounds like
hold on, give me one
normal
second,
Republican things these days.
Right. And I will say, while I look this up, that is something I think about in this situation is I don't know what this guy's beliefs are or were. I don't know if he was a Republican before or not. That's again why I think it's a little important the context of the hold on.
Do you hear what I'm saying though? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I do, as far as if it was
he's either an ex.
Oh wait, so no, this is the part that this is relevant to what you're saying. Give me a sec. I'm uploading it to you. So this, you show me this symbol. Even if you showed me this symbol on the collar and didn't show me the rest of the uniform, if you showed me this,
what the fuck?
I know, right?
That's
if you showed me this,
look at this stream. What the fuck? Republicans have a fucking groiper problem right now. I think they keep
Republicans have a fucking. I don't know, because that's what I'm getting at. If a Republican did this, with Hegseth's tattoo, right? I'm less inclined to assume that that people with Norse mythology tattoos, and God, dude, it so fucking annoys me. As soon as the Viking shit and all that started to kick off, and there were some cool things you could buy, mugs, posters, whatever, and then it has all this symbolism on it, and then you find out, oh yeah, well, the right wing is heavily co-opting all that fucking shit. Mm-hmm. It's okay, cool, well, now I don't want to fucking buy any of that. But either way, point is that when I see someone with that shit, I don't automatically think, oh yeah, they've got that knot, must be a white nationalist. But then when fucking someone like Pete Hegseth, who has said some of the shit he has said, what
does this have to do with Plattner though?
So what it has to do with is when it's someone on the right, I assume way worse intentions when I've seen some of the shit they say. When it's someone who seems to have been on the left. I didn't find anything on his Wikipedia or anything about former stuff. And then you add the context of the way the military has had a laissez-faire relationship with these kind of symbols. And then you add in this, which is my point here. If you had shown me this symbol that you have on screen, if you had shown me that, I would never have been able to fucking pin it. Someone had to know what that fucking meant to tie 2 and 2 together. Okay. The skulls, when people like everything, even I, who was in infantry, had a fucking shirt with a skull on it. Like
no, but these that specific image.
Hold on. I know that specific image, but like if you just look at it as a skull, not on a uniform, it's like, okay, this is just a skull.
Oh, okay.
And that happens all the time.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying is that like he could have known, but if he didn't know, it's a skull.
No, but hang on. I feel like you're not like addressing the point that I'm making, right? Because like I think like either explanation to me is completely disqualifying, because either, again, I'll just say it again, like either he, accidentally got a hyper specific Nazi tattoo, an explicit and hyper specific Nazi tattoo, found out about it after the fact, and then didn't get it removed for 17 years, or he got a Nazi tattoo because he had those beliefs and then lied about it. Like either one of those things to me is just completely disqualifying. I don't know, like nobody knew anything about this guy fucking 2 months ago. Okay. I don't understand why people are so attached to this guy. Just like let it go, bro. That's where my head's at. Like this is the Senate.
Let's make it really clear. Again, I didn't know who he was or his affiliations until we had the back and forth.
So why are people so attached to the guy? Like I could understand if he had like a 10-year track record or something, but like he's never been in politics. He's a fucking like lobster guy in Maine, like who cares? Just he has a Nazi tattoo. You know what I mean? Like just like let it go.
Again, but that's where it's like, look, I am not here to debate you into the position that, okay, this could be whatever, but I do want to see you like actively engage with, hey, if he found out about it, sure. You find evidence he found out about it. There's some people saying he did. Fine. If that's where you're going to lead to, fine. But at the very least that that there are people who get this symbol knowing its affiliation and still believing that they are co-opting it for a different reason.
But but even if I grant that, and I'll tell you, like that's possible. It's possible that he didn't know, right? Even if I grant that, how the fuck do you explain him not getting it removed in 17 years? How do you explain him removing it or covering it up only after?
That could be one of a few things. It could be one of a few things. It could be, again, I know what it is, but I believe I have co-opted this for a different reason. There were people who have scout sniper tattoos that are literally the SS lightning bolts. And they didn't get them because they are also white supremacists. They got it because they're ignorant.
I don't know, man.
We're talking about 2007. The dude enlisted, I think, after high school in 2003. He was born in 84. So like he's right out of high school, and then 3 or 4 years later gets this tattoo. That's still young, dumb, and it was 2007, right? We don't really have the woke consciousness where it's like we really put a lot of thought into how we engage with different symbols and language and all that stuff. Like, so even if he was a Democrat back then, like again, fucking, there were Democrats that fucking would say the N-word in video games, right?
Why?
And now you'd be a little fucking shocked if you heard that, right?
But why is this worth the risk for Maine crime?
That is another conversation that I'm more
what do you
now,
think?
Personal judgment.
What do you think?
I don't know. Is there another Democrat running that's strong?
Yeah.
Then I mean, I am fine if someone's like, hey, we want to stick to our principles and this is just unacceptable and we can't do it. Cool. But just remember that our opposition, like if he was the only Democrat right now, would you still hold that position?
I would, if he was literally like, let's just play it out and say he wins the primary, right? And there's no process to replace him. I would vote for him. Yeah. 100%.
Okay. That's my point is just remember. So if now you have the context and you can decide if this was malicious or stupid or.
But this is a primary, This is a primary.
No, that's fine.
We can make a better decision and choose a better candidate that doesn't have this fucking baggage.
I don't disagree with that. But all I want to say is remember this the next time something comes up like this and it's a Republican and a Democrat and no one else. Because
I would never make this argument. I would never make that argument in that spot. Okay.
All right, cool. Then I'm cool because the right will never concede this shit. They will actively obfuscate, fight tooth and nail, and we'll never get any semblance. Like this will not resonate. The same way we can we could go down a ticker list of hypocrisy from the right to the left.
Yeah, but
the right will do what they did after January 6th, which is like talk to their consultant, say, hey, we can just hold the line and we're going to be fine. And then
we don't need to do that
course.
with him. We don't need to do that with him. It's an unnecessary risk. We don't even need to get to that spot. I would like to avoid having a guy who accidentally got a Nazi tattoo, up against Susan Collins, who has won 5 out of the last 5 Senate races.
Is that who he's running against?
Yeah, she's a fucking titan of politics, and I'm just don't know if that's worth the risk here. So
who's yeah, so like I said, I have no investment in this dude. If this dude was a fucking like conservative liberal, I would be saying the same shit. I'd just be like, hey, just so you know, like people did get these things knowing what they are and not caring because they thought, well, I don't mean it that way. Right.
I mean, I understand. I understand that. I understand that, but I'm just saying there's other reporting to suggest that this guy fucking knew. So,
No. I'm saying knew. There are 2 things. Either A, didn't know, which some people did, like with the SS stuff and the scout snipers and all that stuff, which is why I brought that example up. But with that same example, there are people who knew, but were like, yeah, but I don't mean it that way. Like, I'm not advocating for the policies of the Third Reich.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, yeah.
All right, that's all. I had to hop on to a meeting.
All right, man. It was good talking to you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, bud. Bye.
Yeah, listen, guys. It's just not, to me, it's just not. I understand what he's saying. And I don't even disagree. I really don't. I'll repeat. I collectively have been in recovery spaces. And when I say recovery, I mean Narcotics Anonymous, 12-step program. There are a lot of ex-convicts in the rooms of Narcotics Anonymous, per capita, like way more than Alcoholics Anonymous. Alcoholics Anonymous are a bunch of bougie fucking snobs. No, I'm just kidding. No, but we kind of don't like each other. And I've known a lot of people who just straight up had swastikas, like tattoos on their knees, and I'm, getting fucking dinner with this person with like a group of people. And, these people, what the fuck? Did you just call me disgusting? Mira, are you fucking... Did you just call me disgusting? Mira, you didn't do that, did you? Disgustingly handsome. And these were people that were in prison and joined a prison gang and got Nazi tattoos. And I've had conversations with these people about like that part of their past, and these were like no longer Nazis. But a lot of ex-convicts, especially ex-felons, don't have a lot of money. They can't find great jobs, and tattoo removals are thousands of dollars. And I know that I think there are some like what do you call them? Nonprofits? I don't know. I think there are some organizations that will like do that service for free, but not everybody has that option. And so anyways, like my point is like, I get it. Sometimes people have Nazi tattoos, and there's more to the story. However, we don't have to run them as a Senate candidate in Maine. Like, we don't have to do that. We actually don't have to take that kind of a risk in a race against Susan Collins. We can choose a safer candidate with less baggage that doesn't have any literal Nazi tattoos. I'm sorry, Mira. I take it back. I'm sorry. Adam with $10. If Plattner had a giant Star of David tattoo, leftists would want him banished from politics forever. I thought of this last night and you stole my joke. Can you imagine what the response would be if instead of the tubity poop tattoo that he has, it was a tattoo of a face of Benjamin Netanyahu's face? This is okay. Like, this is why we need AI. I know that might be confusing. That might be confusing. Not the most natural segue into AI, but work with me on this one. This is why we need AI, okay? Because we need a supercomputer that is super intelligent that can either tap into the multiverse or can run a extremely like 100% accurate simulation of like what would it look like if we lived in this universe, you know? Because I would pay $1,000 right now if I could, you know, glimpse into an alternative universe where it was revealed that Graham Plattner had a secret tattoo of Benjamin Netanyahu with the caption underneath, "I fucking love Israel." I would pay $1,000 to see what the discourse would look like in that spot. Dazudani with $5. She was also the governor who stood up to Trump in that press conference where she told him she'd see him in court, and she won that case. True. But this is what they're freaking out about. They're like, we can't let Janet Mills become the senator. We can't let that evil befall us. And I didn't really know much about her. And I was like, Jesus, what the fuck did she do? And then, you know, it's like, I'm expecting like, Jesus, what is going on with her? And then you go to like, hang on. Let's do this. Let's do this the easy way. Okay. I took a glance at her track record. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to scroll back a little bit. Okay, here, hold on. Here. Just to give you like a brief little rundown. As governor of Maine, she implemented massive Medicaid expansion. One of her first major acts as governor was to follow through on the 2017 referendum to expand Medicaid in Maine, reversing her predecessor's refusal to implement it. She also rolled back proposed work requirements for Medicaid that had been improved under the prior administration. That seems pretty good. During the pandemic, Maine under Mills achieved some of the stronger outcomes in terms of vaccination rates and low death rates. That seems pretty good. She did free community college and education initiatives. In 2022, she signed into law budgets that included free tuition for community college for certain recent high school classes. Don't hate that. She also fully funded a higher share of local public school costs. She pledged on climate and the environment. She pledged that Maine would aim to be carbon neutral by 2045 Her administration banned single-use plastic bags and styrofoam containers. I don't really know. Is that good? She awarded $8 million in grants to Maine towns for resilience against flooding storms. Okay, whatever, you know. Tribal relations. She signed bills raising water quality standards for tribal sustenance fishing. Replaced Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day. And improved state tribal relations. Was the first female governor in Maine. Seems pretty good. Anyways, when I looked at just like a superficial look at her track record, I'm like, oh, just, you know, seems like pretty good governor. And people are like, we can't let her win. It will be a nightmare. It will be a fucking disaster. We can't let it happen. It's going to be catastrophic for the people of Maine. And then you look at her record and it's like, you know, pretty good. You know, she seems like she would lose to Collins. Well, I mean, right now she's up like 8 points on Collins and Plattner's up like 14 points. Whatever you do, do not underestimate Susan Collins. Don't do it. I don't care if she is down 25 points in a poll. Do not underestimate Susan Collins. He says it's now covered. I saw that. Yeah. I mean, listen, guys. Where'd it go? It was just here a second ago. Somebody, oh, is that it right there? Is there a picture of it? There should be a picture of it, right? There was a post with a picture about it. We haven't even gotten to like the juicy fucking tweets, man. Like I'm seeing people, the way they're framing is like, look, he has a cringe tattoo. I'll grant you that. And I'm like, a cringe tattoo of what? You know, it's like, feel like you're not fully capturing the totality of the tattoo. You know, like I feel like you're, you know, it's just somebody, hold on, I took a picture of this. Somebody tweeted out, there's just so much irony, guys. Like the moment that we're in it right now is so absurd. And I promise you in the future, if you don't think it's funny now, this shit is going to be fucking hilarious in retrospect. It might not be apparent to you in the moment of just how, you know, there are some things that are just obvious. You know, a lot of times in politics and political discourse, things are quite nuanced, especially with human beings. Human beings are quite nuanced, infinitely complex. Every human being contains multitudes, just an infinite, vast ocean of memories and genetic predispositions and conditioning when you were a kid, and you know what I mean, like infinite variables. And I do firmly believe that you should take great care to not like morally judge people too harshly, even the worst people that do the worst things. And for some people, I have like, for some people, it's difficult for me to summon that kind of compassion. I'm not perfect, but like, how much do you have a right to judge somebody else? You know, like, call it my upbringing. Reading the fucking Bible every day. Maybe it's because of that. Maybe old Jesus left a lasting mark on my moral system. But there are some things in life that are just kind of obvious, right? There are some things in life that are, let's not overcomplicate it. You can just do Occam's razor on this one. And if somebody gets caught having a Nazi tattoo, you obviously should not run that person in a Senate race against Susan Collins. We don't really need to get into the finer details. We can if we want to. It's fun to have conversations, but it is that simple. whatever thinking you're coming up with in your head. There are lines. Yeah, there are certain lines. Like Ryan Grimm tweeted out, oops. What I view what's happening right now on my timeline is very clearly there are a lot of people who have not moved into the acceptance phase. You know, and we've all known people in our lives, you know, and we've all been that person, and we've certainly all known that person, observed that person from time to time, who simply cannot or will not accept a certain reality, you know? You get fired from your job unexpectedly. And at first you're in kind of this state of shock. You know, you're like, what? What's that? And you can't make sense of it. And your brain is, you know, you're up against this deeply ingrained pattern of behavior. Monday through Friday, I go to this one physical location for, 9 hours a day, including my hour-long lunch break. And then I go home, and now I'm not there, and I'm not going to go back there. Wait, what's happening? And your brain that's a normal part of being confronted with something that changes things. I'm not talking about Occam's razor in terms of, was it deliberately a Nazi tattoo, or was it, that's not what I mean. I tend to think I lean more towards it being implausible that he didn't know. All right, but I don't know. I wouldn't vote to convict. Ryan Grimm says, not to overstate it, but this is a crucial moment for the Democratic Party. If they decide that normal people with some small skeletons in their closet or inked on their chest are not welcome, they are finished. What if instead of the tubity poop tattoo that he got of the skull, what if it was literally just a swastika? And then we copy paste the swastika in that sentence. Let me just read the sentence now. But just replace the word skeletons with swastikas, okay? This is what that sounds like, okay? Not to overstate it, but this is a crucial moment for the Democratic Party. If they decide that normal people with some small swastikas in their closet or inked on their chest are not welcome, they are finished. What if it was literally a picture of Adolf Hitler? Like a picture, like a picture of a tattoo of Adolf Hitler's face, okay? Not to overstate it, but this is a crucial moment for the Democratic Party. If they decide that normal people with some small faces of Adolf Hitler in their closet or inked on their chest are not welcome, then they are finished. Emma Vigeland says, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm picking on her a lot these days, but fuck, man, I just feel like Emma bothers me. But not for the reasons that you might think. Because I realized something this weekend as I was playing video games and listening to my podcast programs. I oftentimes will let YouTube just kind of go to the next video and choose what I watch next. And honestly, YouTube's algorithm is pretty fucking good. Do you guys agree with me? Just as a quick aside. Daz Vidani with $2. Ryan Grimm is my least favorite of these folks. He's not great. He's not great. It's not like it used to be like in 2014, at least for me. In 2014, first you watch a video for like how to like make a picnic table, because why not, you know? Like I spent 2 days in the Amazon by myself. Here's how I survived. Like, oh, that looks cool. You click on that. And in 2014, like 4 videos later, you're on a, you know, Milo Yiannopoulos video about how, like, you know, like you're on like an alt-right pipeline. And now, like, I feel like for me, the YouTube, I feel like when the YouTubes picks the video for me, it actually does a pretty decent job. But anyways, I ended up listening to a lot of Majority Report. You know, I've had my problems with them recently. I've seen a lot of frustrating videos. And so, you know, my instinct was to be like, I don't want to watch this. But I just let it play out. And there was like 4 videos. I fucking really liked them. I fucking really liked like 4 videos. And I think that the chemistry that she has with Sam is good. They got a good thing going. They bounce off each other really well. And when they can be really funny, you know what I mean? And it was just a good reminder that, like, I agree with these people on a lot of things, and you kind of forget that sometimes, but it's true. Like, you know what? Like, I agree. Like, and then she turns around and she says stuff like, let me pull it up here. Censorious hall monitor liberalism that refuses to accept growth in people unless you're a corporate centrist and all is forgiven. Just ask Cuomo supporters. Is far more of a threat to the Democratic Party's chances in the future than anything dug up on Graham Platter. Well, I don't know if I agree with that. Like, if this was Cory Booker, and it was discovered that Cory Booker had a secret Nazi tattoo that he didn't get rid of, like, what would her response be? Oh, I'm sorry, I did miss super chats. I apologize. Dazvidania with $5. They think Kamala doing an event with Liz Cheney is worse than this. The irony, yeah, yes. To be fair, Emma was not. Emma, I think, was like, when I looked at Emma's when I looked through Emma's Twitter feed, it seemed like she supported Kamala. Albeit tepidly. But, you know, like, she wasn't doing the whole, like, I don't know, man, we can't. She was, I'm pretty sure she framed it in a cringy way. She was like, you know what, guys, you just got to swallow your pride. And I don't know what she said. She's like, you got to just, like, just the right thing. She framed it as harm reduction, which I just think is a mistake because good things happen when Democrats are president. Joe Biden did a lot of good things, like improved millions of people's lives. Like millions and millions and millions and millions of people's lives. He did a lot of good things. It was not just like, you're only going to get punched in the nuts instead of having your arm chopped off, which is how they fucking frame it every time. Wait, hold on. What did I just... Ryan Graham. I'm just looking through his feed because he's retweeting other people. Or was it Emma? Let me look at the Emma's feed real quick. It's just, the whole situation is funny, guys. I don't know. I tend to think this guy's probably fucked. Maybe the fucking Democratic primary voters in Maine will make a different decision, but conventional wisdom says, you know, Democrat found out to have a secret Nazi tattoo is, you know, probably that's probably going to be the end for him, right? And if the primary voters pick him, listen, if the primary voters pick him and then he beats Susan Collins, fuck it. YOLO. That's democracy. The will of the people, right? But I just hope that Democratic Party primary voters have better judgment than to do that. It's not my race, you know? Like, it's not my race. And so if that's what they choose, I am consistent in this, you know? People are always like, oftentimes people, I feel like I'm going on a lot of rants today, but like, people are more plugged into national politics now than they were like 30 years ago. You know, like 30 years ago, I mean, I was young, so maybe this wasn't the case, but I really doubt that people had strong opinions about like Senate races in other states, you know, or like, I really doubt there were a lot of, you know, liberals that were like super invested in, you know, Louisiana District 12. And now like national politics is just so much more discussed. And so like we're having conversations about the Democratic Party like it's this big amalgamation, when in reality it's like that's not really what democracy is, with a bicameral structure of government, or like a bicameral Congress. Like the people choose whatever. If they choose him and he wins, God love you. I mean, I don't think it's ideal personally, and I think the fact that there is even a debate is what is so fucking funny. Like this is actually being debated. Like some people just have not moved into the acceptance phase yet. They're still in a place where it's like, well, I don't know. He says he accidentally got a Nazi tattoo, which is fucking so absurd. It's superficially plausible, but it's so fucking funny. Like that sentence is so fucking funny. That's the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. No, you don't understand. I accidentally got a Nazi tattoo. It's like, who among us, you know? I understand cringe tattoos, okay? I have cringe tattoos. I have tattoos that to this day I look at and I go, ooh, 19-year-old me was not thinking great. You know, like, I think I was a little impulsive that day, and I have a permanent reminder of that. And I don't want to go through the fucking pain of getting them removed. And I have some tattoos that I really like. Like this tattoo is really, I fucking love this tattoo. Like beautiful artist. Let's hear some of the people that have just very clearly not moved into the acceptance phase yet.
We need to talk about Graham Plattner and his apparent SS tattoo from 2007. And not
Pause. That sentence alone is so fucking funny. Am I the only one, you guys? I can't be the only one. I cannot be the only one. But I hear that sentence and it is so fucking funny to me. Like, this is American politics in 2025. Can we just listen to that one more time?
We need to talk about Graham Plattner and his apparent SS tattoo from
I promise, if you don't think it's funny now and it makes you sad, I promise you, you're probably one day going to think that this is funny. It'll probably be funny in retrospect. Willem with the tier 1 membership, they give more charity to Graham Plattner than Ethan Klein. Yeah, true. I think it is just I think the, I don't know, man. When people have, they just can't, you know, listen, the mind is a strong thing, okay? Like when you get attached to someone and then you know what, guys, I think this is like another like cautionary tale of like, stop putting people on a fucking pedestal. Stop putting your hopes and dreams into politicians. Stop doing it. It is perilous. Just stop doing it. You know, that's the problem. That's the problem. This guy came onto the scene and he excited people, you know, like he excited me. He aroused me, you could say. To borrow some Chucky Schumer language. I found him to be quite arousing. But I did not develop like a personal kind of attachment to him. I did not project my political aspirations on him and then think of him as a vehicle to accomplishing all my dreams. I was just like, oh, this guy's kind of interesting. You never really see, you know, super progressives that are that masculine coded. That's kind of an interesting contradiction. You know, gets my attention. Like, I think there's a lot of potential there. You know, there's that stuff. And then as soon as I see the Nazi tattoo, I'm like, oh yeah, no, this probably shouldn't go with him, right? Like, there was no hesitation in me. Like, once I was made aware of the whole story.
We need to talk about Graham Plattner and his apparent SS tattoo from 2007. And not just because he's exactly my age and a fellow conservative convert. I know exactly what's going on here, and it's the same thing that's happening in the rest of the country.
Oh God, is he going to blame the establishment, the elite? Is that where he's going with this one? The establishment was threatened by this guy. So now they're dumping all their Oppo research. That's my prediction.
First things first for you youngsters. Us elder millennials in 2007, which was the year that I graduated college and when Graham was in the Marines, all of us were getting drunk and tattoos that we regret. And getting them removed hurts like hell. Now, in all seriousness, having a tattoo of the SS is obviously concerning. But he says he didn't know that, and he was just getting a skull and crossbones from the wall with his bros to look tough. I'm ashamed to admit that I honestly didn't know what that symbol meant. All in all, this was
Why would you be ashamed of that? When we say performative wokeness, aren't we talking about this? Why the fuck would you be ashamed that you weren't aware of like a particular Nazi iconography? Like, why would you be like, I'm sorry, you know, be like, shit, I didn't know what that meant.
2007. He's also said some problematic things in the past, but he hasn't hid from it. He said he regrets all of it and that he was basically a douche at the time. He was 22 years old. Also, why we can't have people too young as well as too old, but that's for another video. Graham, just like Mom Donnie, is exactly what we need right now. And he offers a really important perspective as a veteran.
Just find a different progressive challenger. It's not too late, you know? Like, it's not too late. Not, you know, if you don't like Janet Mills, you think she's too middle of the road, you're not comfortable with her public support of Israel, that's fine. You don't have to be enthusiastic about Janet Mills, but just find a different progressive candidate, for Christ's sakes. Like, why? What is this insistence on like keeping him as a candidate? Like, none of us knew who this guy was 2 months ago. Like, how the fuck? Like, why are people getting so like, oh God, he's got to be the guy? Like, where is that coming from? Like, why? You know, I did see that, Naughty Pup. I did see that. Like, why? You know, it's not necessary. We actually don't have to. We can just cut our losses and move on. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to do this, right?
What's happening here is the same thing that's wreaked havoc all over the country, and that
the issue here is that the Hassan crowd shouldn't get to dictate our actions. I'm not really sure. Like, who's our? What do we mean? Who's our and what are our actions? I don't really. I am pretty sure he was like, no, yeah, this is bad. I'm pretty sure Hassan had the correct take here. I could be wrong about that.
Israeli lobby. Establishment hack Democrat.
Oh, here it is. I fucking told you this was coming.
Is exactly what we need right now. And he offers a really important perspective as a veteran. What's happening here is the same thing that's wreaked havoc all over the country, and that's the Israeli lobby. Establishment hack Democrat Janet Mills has now entered the race.
I told you this was going to happen, man. I told you that's where he was going with this. I'm too good. It's actually the easiest thing in the world to call because they do it every time. It's so easy to call this. It is just so easy to call this because it is literally fucking all they do. Bad company with $5. Politicians taking money from AIPAC equals genocidal act. Politicians with literal Nazi tattoo. I saw some posts yesterday that were like, bro, this is fucking Palantir. Well, I've been warning you guys. I saw an actual post that was like, this is like Palantir, bro. I've been warning you about them. They have tools. They can find a 20-year-old deleted account with all the messages. Like, I don't even know how that's possible, first of all. I'm telling you, bro. And then a journalist replied, but just like he just didn't delete the Reddit account, and he linked directly to the Reddit account on his old Twitter account. That's it. That's another thing too, man. Like, at best, this guy is a fucking idiot. At best. People are like, it's fucking Palantir, man. Peter Thiel's got his hands all over this, and it's like the Reddit account still exists. He just didn't even delete the account. No, I understand. Okay, fine. There's valid concerns about Palantir, but Palantir, you don't need Palantir to find his old Twitter account, which links directly to the Reddit account that they found. It's just like, he just didn't delete these accounts. He just was like, fuck it. It's probably not a problem. I'm only running for the Senate. I really doubt people will look that hard. People are mad because, like, you know, they're speculating that the DSCC, I'm talking like I know what the fuck they are. I looked this up the other day. I should know this. I think it's the state level Democrat. DSCC is Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. Okay. People are like, this is an oppo dump by the DSCC. First of all, there's fucking no evidence for that. Second of all, this shit was not difficult to find, and he's getting a lot of national attention. So of course, journalists are going to look into him. You don't need to come up with a conspiracy. You know, Ro Khanna was throwing out this accusation the other day, and it's like, you should probably, like, if you have evidence of this happening, you should probably, like, post about it, right? Or, like, back that up somehow. But the other thing you need to think about, guys, is like, you should be, and I know this is going to sound counterintuitive, but you should want your preferred candidate to be scrutinized in this way during a primary. You should be rooting for that. You should be rooting for all of the Oppo research to be totally exhausted by the time you're done with the primary. Because if your Democratic primary opponents don't find something in their Oppo research, there's a very decent chance that the Republican Party will find it. You should be rooting for all this shit to come out. It was gonna come out one way or the other. You cannot be mad at the people that did Oppo research on this guy. That is their job. It is your job as a candidate to clean up as much of your past as you can. I don't know if he could have completely avoided somebody finding out about the Reddit accounts and the tattoos, because people just had videos of him like in this tattoo. Or I'm sorry, with the tattoo on him. Like, there was just video of it, you know, like, people were gonna find out about that, you know. Do you remember the dossier of Vance before his vice presidency candidate? Yeah. That was interesting. That was an interesting glimpse, because it was like 45 pages of Oppo research, and you kind of rarely see that kind of thing so publicly, but they go so deep into people's past when they're doing Oppo research, you know, like they're talking to fucking ex-girlfriends you had when you were 18 years old, you know, like that's just a part of politics, and you should be actively rooting for them to exhaust all of that Oppo research now, okay? Because that shit was going to come out. Do you not think this was just an innocent mistake? Well, you know, it's possible. I'm not going to tell you it's impossible, but that's something straight out of a movie, you know? That's something out of a hangover film. You get hammered with your friends and you wake up with an SS tattoo. That's literally a fucking like hangover film plot. It's just so absurd, you know? Just so fucking absurd. He got it covered. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. But don't you think, like, guys, okay, great, you got it covered, but like, why the fuck why did you wait, bro? Like, why did you wait to get this covered? You would think before you filed the paperwork to run in a Senate primary, you would, or at any point in the last 17 years that apparently this guy, imagine if he got it covered with an even bigger Nazi tattoo. God, bro. Anyways, they're blaming AIPAC
and they're trying to squeeze Graham out. None of us are perfect. I've shown you some of my former videos, but we have to make...
Well, now I'm curious. Were you posting Nazi videos or
room for forgiveness as long as people legitimately repent and try to make things better?
I can forgive people. I mean, I really can. I can forgive people, but that doesn't mean that I think that it's a good idea to run them against Susan Collins in Maine. All right. Hassan talked about this. I'm pretty sure he was. Yeah, I just have no idea what he said. Let's tune in.
Will you be speaking about Platter being a Nazi? Yes, of course I'll be speaking about that as well. Dude, you think...
I think they're more mad at him because he worked for like a private military company as a mercenary in Iraq. So they're like, he's a fucking imperialist.
This community is going to let me live that down? Are you kidding me? The motherfucker had a totem cough on his chest, dude. Are you kidding me? Don't say we told you. You didn't know he had a totem cough on his chest. I didn't know he had a totem cough on his chest. My analysis would be a little bit different if I knew that. Okay, calm down now.
Like even Hassan is like, ooh, you know, that should tell you something, right? Like if even Hassan is like, ooh, yeah, that shit doesn't look good. You know, you should probably,
Luckily, as you guys know, I'm a part of the Janet Mills militia, okay? I'm a part of the Janet Mills militia, and therefore, this kind of stuff doesn't matter to me, okay? I've already made my most ethical voting decision in Maine. It is one of the most insane, like, for people who are already...
Oh, no. Okay, so now this is different, though. He's saying, like, yeah, it's bad, but I'm not going to support Janet Mills, which I guess if you're, you know... Whatever. I'm not gonna judge him for that, I guess.
Pretty predisposed with like, oh, this guy's a bad guy, he's fake, he's phony. For you, obviously, this is just an I told you so moment. For me, it's like, holy bro, this doesn't get any worse. I mean, quite literally, it doesn't get any worse.
You know, it could, but I feel like once you get to the like, oh, they have a Nazi tattoo, you know. The amount of things that could be worse, I would say, are drastically reduced at that point. Majin Arthur with 88 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, buddy. Bad Company with $5. I think I got you. I'm sorry. Daniel, $2. Dan and Lonerbox are stream sipping you. Nice. Dazodani with $2. Ryan Gurn, I think I already got you there. Z King with $10. Did you hear about the Anna Kasparian Zog dog story? TYT did a video of Anna talking about someone calling her a Jew hater and sicking their dog, and Israeli shadow figures trying to take her down. I don't have the fucking patience for... I'm not doing that today, man. You can only dip your toes in the crazy pool every so often. You can't fucking live in it, though.
It's not even a sort of Nazi tattoo. No, it's just like a straight up. It is a straight up Nazi tattoo. Like no questions about it. It's probably the third or fourth most common Nazi tattoo beyond like the double bolts and the swastika. You know what I mean? Like, Swastika is the most obvious one. Double thunderbolts, unless you're Taylor Swift selling a merchandise, is like pretty common. But I would say that like the totem cough one is just like the most insane one.
Bad Company with $5. It's funny because I'm sure most of these people coming to Plattner's defense were grilling Hegseth on his chest tattoo after his nomination. Oh God, I wonder. Okay, now I have to look. Hold on. There's gotta be like a side-by-side example of this. Like there has to be an example of like a high-profile Twitter account saying, guys, everybody gets shitty tattoos. And then like 6 months ago, it's like, oh my God, look, he's a... It has to be, right?
A big part of the reason why I was like on board with him being a genuine person who is like changed and reflected on his like service and stuff like that is...
It's so funny that they're like, it's not funny, but it's like, these people genuinely believe that like veterans, military veterans are morally obligated to look back on their service in shame. And that's just how they like very casually kind of operate when they talk about that stuff. And it's like, dude, you know,
part of the reason
like he did, you know, he looked back and just, you know, it's like for service members, like what you're asking them to feel shame? Like what if they didn't like fucking murder anyone or anything?
Reason why I was like on board with him being a genuine person who is like changed and reflected on his like service and stuff like that is one, because I'm not one of those people that insta locks bad behavior or cynicism, but most significantly it was because like he's a Majority Report fan, he's a Michael Brooks fan, so
you don't truly think that, Hutch? I don't really know what you're talking about.
When you see stuff like that, my expectation is that, you know, this guy, it just doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of...
Lonerbox is breaking news on Graham Plattner right now. He's breaking news? Fucking Lonerbox, this fucking guy.
Possibly a shit system. I got older and became a communist. There that is. Also, a lot of these ones are at the top, the ones that CNN used.
Because that's all
so what's this? Fuck them if they can't take a joke. Oh, what's he replying to?
Did they find another Reddit account?
Oh, the military. It's not redact.dev. Scroll the fuck down.
What?
Oh my God.
Where? What am I looking at?
The comment.
In before one of them gets butthurt and writes a book about it.
Oh, he used redact. He used redact. Oh no. Oh no, you guys. Graham Plattner used Redact. Redact is a service that you can like wipe your old social media posts, and Dan Saltman fucking literally created Redact.
Fuck them if they can't take a joke.
Ooh,
okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Are there Marines who exist who haven't heard of Gates of Fire? Oyster Farmer checking in. Oh, these are all recent. The Ramadi one as well.
You want to go oldest first? You can go to the top and do oldest first if you want to get frisky.
Well, maybe try oldest first. Okay.
Ascending. There you go.
Ascending order. Come on. Search.
Oh no.
Okay, this is a big long one. Give me a break.
Look what year we're in.
We're in 2009.
You're going to be here for a while.
Okay.
Congratulations, Lonerbox. You're going to be on the news.
Give me a break. I served 2 hours, Fallujah and Ramadi, as a Marine infantryman. Very few of my buddies are having major problems, let alone murdering everyone they see. Wait, what? What? Okay. There were, however, several maladjusted guys who used the experience to justify major problems and who routinely tell stories about 80-plus kill counts, no matter how ludicrous a number that is to anyone who has served in the country, barring some, as in extremely few, snipers, most of whom are still on active duty and still doing fine. PTSD is a real thing, but it's not nearly as prevalent as it's made out to be. And even then...
Wait! Hold on. Someone has linked me something, but they did a bet. Hold on. Your link is not working. Apparently, someone...
He got salted, bro.
It's gonna clip. But your link, YLHT, doesn't work. Continue. Sorry.
Embarrassing. Okay.
Embarrassing. Sorry.
So...
That wasn't...
PTSD, and it manifests itself in much less homicidal ways. Some guys really need to eat up the hardcore killer junk. And it's the failure of NCOs to replace that with professionalism that leads to this shit. That being said, anytime some guy bangs on and on about all the people he killed and how fucked up he is, I guess this is a
Like Dan Solomon is literally like one of the last people that I would ever want to fucking piss off. That man, I'm telling you guys, that man.
I get a kick out of playing COD 4. It has absolutely nothing to do with real combat. It's just a game. I enjoy games like that. Draw no comparison to real combat. Wait, when did he become a... well, this is all going to be before he becomes a socialist. Is it scroll down further? There's only 10 items.
Oh, you might have to... Can you set it to 100 or something?
Oh, it's not just go to the next page?
Yeah, I don't know. It's...
Is this all on the same subreddit as well? Funny. Let's go descending.
Yeah, maybe I can't do it the other way.
Do you get karma from just liking posts, or does it have to be from...
Oh, from posting?
What's the
Okay,
date
from
on these
posting.
here? I can't even see the year.
They definitely didn't have all this, did they?
2021.
Yeah, no, this is a lot. But this is all from 2021.
Wait, hold on. Here you go. Someone has this. I don't know why, but here you go. Boom. Read it.
Talking about the wars and saying they're a fucking joke. He's wasted his life in it.
Now they're scouring his old posts, you guys. Going back 16 years. Oh my God.
What is this? Yeah, my company symbol was an 8-ball for a number of years. Kilo Company, 8th Marines. It's a drug joke if you don't get it. It was never official. Didn't keep it from being the company logo. Bolts were a STA icon since the 80s at least, if not longer. It was never official, but it sure as shit was tattooed on almost every hog I...
Oh God, are they going to find an old tweet? Are they literally going to break...
hogs with bolts? They'd be quite surprised to hear that they're part of a conspiracy to infiltrate white supremacists into the Marine Corps.
Guys, if they find an old post of him acknowledging that it was a Nazi tattoo and they fucking break this story...
Became a hog and got his bolts, then got out and became a cop. This is not some complicated timeline. What is a hog? HOG? What's that?
Fuck if I know.
Although I do understand that our world is very foreign and insulated, most normal people really have no idea how it works. Well, this isn't defending...
I think that's what they're doing, right?
Like it's just a military thing. Everyone does it, and they're not actually white supremacists. That's what he's trying to say there, right?
Why would they find something new? Because I think they're looking at deleted posts that haven't been reported on yet.
Well,
Vegas cop with
10K gear and SS tattoo.
Yeah, so he's defending that.
Yeah. Well, shit. In what, 2020? Yes. Okay.
That seems bad. That seems bad, right? That seems bad. Defending a cop with a Nazi tattoo, right?
2021.
With a deleted by user one.
Did you think that Plattner was a member of the Christmas Adventurers Club? No.
Right there.
Oh yeah. Well, is that his post deleted, or is that the thread?
I'm not sure.
So he's saying here he fought beside the ANA ALP, ran a training program, directly advised ANP. This was always going to be the outcome. There were some borderline okay guys, and the commanders and CIA trained bubbas were good, although it's not like they were fighting for Afghanistan. They were a tribe unto themselves. The vast majority of Afghanistan security forces were illiterate dudes who just needed a job. Their leadership was stealing their pay, and so they just often steal from the population to make up for it. To the average Afghan civilian, the government was just local cops and soldiers who would rob you, kidnap your family members for ransom money on some fake charge, and rape some of the local kids. Whoa! In 2011, my ANP had 2 magazines of ammunition per man, 1 RPG rocket for the whole police station, and 0 gas for their Ford Rangers. Why? Because their district commander was selling it all. Jesus. The Afghan security forces borderline never really existed outside of the optimistic fever dreams of military leadership,
All right, we'll let them scour that for a bit. See if they find anything. I mean, that would be crazy if Lonerbox literally broke a story before, like CNN, like K-File. Gen X with tier 2 membership. Bad Company with $5 is funny because I'm sure most of these people coming to Plattners. I think I already got you for that. Okay, I think we got the gist of what Hassan's saying. It sounded like he's saying that this is bad, but he's still going to vote for Plattner over Mills. Don't know if we need to watch that whole thing. We're going to watch Graham Plattner's defense of himself.
I agree with...
And his explanation. But in the meantime, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Here's a video that was posted just today of me and Pisco going at it again. Give me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Because he's not going anywhere. Because he's not going
so
anywhere.
You think AOC is just playing politics? That she's like, well, of course, I'm going to say nice.
Yes, she's a
come
politician.
On, that's ridiculous.
I'm sure she's being.
She's untouchable.
Wait, who's untouchable?
I think that she works well with people. She understands that Hakeem Jeffries is around to stay, and AOC is like a good politician, and she does.
She was Biden ride or die. She was Biden ride or die. You know?
And I think that that's
she
fine
came out
to
the
do.
gate for Biden after that
But
shitty debate. She was one of the first people out the gate saying, "I'm all in on Biden." You
remember that? Remember that picture where they held hands?
Instincts.
That was beautiful.
I think she has instincts that are political, and she is definitely a better member than some of these other firebrands conservatives. Like, she actually shows up to do the job, and she's learned a lot, and so I respect her. And yeah, she's not going to like in the moment. I think she understands that Hakeem Jeffries not going away. But do I think that if we were able to get AOC in a sincere moment and be like, do you think that he's doing the best possible job? I don't think she'd say yes.
I mean, Jeffries has the overwhelming support of his caucus in the House because he's effective in that role. There's no appetite to oust him. It's just not there. I mean, if he was really that ineffective, then I think you would see at least like one person go on the record and say that I think he should step down. I don't think a single House member has made that call, because when he picks these fights, he always extracts concessions. Like, he's never picked a fight that he's lost so far.
It's a collective action problem. I mean, that's what there's a collective action problem, which means that no individual member. It's the same reason why people were reluctant to call on Biden to drop out until they all happened at once.
Do you think
and it's for the same kind of incentives?
Do you think one reason why the party sentiment right now among the voter base is so low is because of attitudes like yours, quite frankly?
No.
Where,
I mean, that is copium.
Like, for example,
I want to fucking glaze these people.
You're suggesting that the Democrats should get out there and lead and educate voters and run on something that's like really unpopular, like expanding the court.
Yeah, but
first of all,
Pisco isn't saying
this is dishonest.
Pisco isn't. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pisco, but let me speak for you real quick. I don't think you're the reason this sentiment is here. There are a lot of people, and whether you want to call them ignorant and informed, or people that genuinely they genuinely don't like the Democratic Party messaging right now because they're like, what are they doing? They're looking for answers. That sentiment exists now. Whether or not that has anything to do with the policies they run on is a little bit irrelevant to these people are disaffected to some degree. And IRI brings up good points of like, hey, look at all this amazing stuff they're doing correctly. A bunch of people just don't know about that. And it's important that either they change nothing about policy and at least invigorate the base with look what we're doing, this is amazing, because that sentiment's not there. But I don't think Pisco, again, correct me if I'm wrong, this isn't you inventing a narrative. The Democrats
hold on.
right?
Let's add some substance to this. When you say you want the Democratic leadership to do things to invigorate the base, in the context of right now,
don't be cringe, number one. Okay, so number one, don't be cringe.
All right, fine.
Yes. So that's a concrete thing. Don't be fucking cringe.
And Pisco, let me add something.
Wait, hang on a second. Why are you they're cringe? I don't know what to tell you. They're fucking cringe.
Cringe to you? To boomer, yeah, exactly. Boomers, when they see... All right, don't be cringe. Don't be cringe. Stream. Whatever you do. All right. Let's hear straight from the source. How did Plattner explain this? All elite memes with 5 gifted memberships. My goodness. Thank you so much, buddy. First of all, actually, let's watch the Dan Pfeiffer video first.
Is an outsider with a bunch of bad posts better than an insider who happens to be the second least popular governor in America, according to one poll? I don't know. I don't think anyone else does either. So my argument is just everyone should just chill the fuck out and let the voters in Maine decide, and we'll go from there. Welcome back to Polar Coaster. I'm Dan Pfeiffer. On today's show, I'll be discussing the latest from Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner, the state of the New York City mayoral race, and then answer your Discord questions.
I don't know, man. The pod guys are I don't know what to make of the pod guys. You know?
generally liked them, and I've generally always liked them. Sometimes it feels, I could be wrong, but sometimes it feels like, you know, so all of these guys are what most people would have called probably, you know, like center left. They were all staffers during the Obama administrations. Came out with a podcast in 2016 or 17, and you know, I've always found their content for the most part to be very insightful, and I just feel like they've been just reasonable. You know, like they never came across as unreasonable. But lately, it seems as though there has been kind of like a shift. Weren't they speechwriters? Favreau was a speechwriter. I don't think they were all speechwriters. So anyways, obviously online politics skew to the left of the actual electorate. If you were to go online and you were to just, you know, follow nothing but left-wing sources on Twitter or whatever, like your whole feed is just nothing but left-wing, it's going to skew like very, very progressive, right? Which is not congruent with the actual electorate. There's kind of like a mismatch there. And there's a tension now. Like I think because of the online space skewing so much further left than the median voter, a kind of tension has emerged, and it hasn't really ever quite been resolved. And I think it's actually getting worse these days. And we already looked at the cover up. You know, lately it seems like the Pod Boys are kind of pandering, in my opinion. They're kind of pandering to the progressive kind of mob on the internet, you know, like Hasan is speaking at CrookedCon, which is a convention coming up put on by, you know, they're called Crooked Media, and there's like different podcasts and projects under that umbrella of Crooked Media, including Pod Save America. And Hasan is one of the speakers at CrookedCon, and it's like, you know, I don't really know, man. I don't know. You guys tell me, man. Like, you guys tell me what you think. I'm serious. I'm dead serious, because like, I think I could be persuaded to entertain a kind of pragmatic argument for what they're doing. Similar to how I'm talking about how like politicians need to meet the voters where they're at. Maybe the same goes for Pod Save America, you know, like maybe I guess the question would be like, what is the value? Like, are we strengthening the coalition by having people like Hasan Piker, you know, speak at CrookedCon? Which I assume is like a lineup of creators that are, you know, anti-Trump, I guess we'll call it. Watch the video. You're heavy pre-texting them right now. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Okay.
Joining me as always is Caroline Reston. Caroline, how are you?
Dan, I'm doing great, but let's get right into it. So let's talk about Maine. Last week, Maine Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner apologized after offensive Reddit comments resurfaced on the internet. He just came out with an interview on Pod Save America with Tommy that just dropped on Tuesday. And I want to play a few clips. Oh, wait, we're cutting that part.
Didn't cut that part.
Just dropped on Pod Save America. So I want to get your reaction.
Somebody fucked up the edit
from this. What's been your take on this whole scandal?
Yeah, I don't know if scandal's the right word, but let's take a step back for a second. The Maine Senate race has sparked this huge debate. There was a huge debate before these posts came out. There's a huge, even bigger debate after the post came out, and it really is a debate about two things: the future of the Democratic Party and the question of electability. Prior to the post coming out, the Senate Democratic leadership, Chuck Schumer, a lot of the people in the Democratic establishment believed that Janet Mills is the two-term governor of the state, she's won statewide multiple times, was the best candidate to run against Susan Collins, which is a very hard race to win. Others believe that Graham Plattner, who is an outsider, a populist reformer, someone who could potentially appeal to some of the working class voters we've lost, young men voters we've lost, might be a better option. And the people who thought that Mills was not the best case, one of the arguments was that she's 77 now, she'll be 85 by the time she leaves the Senate at the end of her first term. She's already said she's only going to serve one term. So people are running a 77-year-old establishment politician in this political environment. On the Mills side, the argument was that Graham Plattner is untested and unvetted. And do we really want to send an untested, unvetted candidate up against Susan Collins in a race we absolutely have to win?
That's a fair question.
These posts come out that people believe that has proven, people on the pro-Mills side or the anti-Plattner side believe that has proven their case, right? This is why you don't pick these unknown candidates, because they could have something come out, at the last minute, beforehand. There's just something we don't know. We don't know how they will perform.
Which, that just feels like it should be kind of like a self-evidently true standard, right? Like, I don't know. That's a very sensible kind of caution.
On a debate stage, right? Under the white hot glare of a top Senate race. So let's look at two questions. One, how has Plattner responded to it? I think his response has been pretty good. I think, if we're being totally honest, the posts are pretty bad. Many of them are bad. He's attributed them to things he posted online in a dark period of his life. Right after coming home from war, he was overly online. He sort of, says he got his shit together, doesn't believe these things anymore. He's disavowed a lot of that, disavowed them and apologized for them, as he did in this interview and in a sort of a 5-minute direct-to-camera video that his campaign released over the weekend. And so the question is, how much does this matter? And the answer is, I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's safe to say that these posts will be weaponized against him.
I assume maybe this was recorded before the Nazi thing. Feels a bit dated, right?
That the Senate Republicans and the super PACs are going to spend tens of millions of dollars taking the...
I missed it. What did he post? I haven't seen all the messages, and Loanerbox is going through a bunch of new messages here. We'll see if they find anything particularly bad. I don't know. To me, again, the Reddit thing for me was not a deal breaker. And my whole thing, and I think this is just pretty sound logic, is like, as the younger crop of politicians start to become more and more, or political candidates rather, as they begin to skew kind of younger and younger, or that's not the way that I'm, okay, so young generations become the old generations, right? And so like now the Gen X kind of generation, they're starting to become like the old generation, even millennials, right? Like I think an old millennial. Oh God, I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. What is a millennial? Is it 1988? So I would be kind of towards the older end of millennial. The early 1980s to the late 1990s. I've seen some people give the start date of, it says between 1981 and 1993. So I'm definitely an older millennial. But to a lesser extent Gen X, but certainly millennials, we were kind of, am I wrong about the math here? I feel like millennials were kind of the first young generation to be introduced to the internet, right? When did dial-up internet begin in the US? Must have been like 93 or something. When did it become like really mainstream? Commercial dial-up internet access was first offered in 1989. When did like AOL get really big? Or where are my fellow olds in the chat? Because I remember being young. I want to say I was like, okay, wait, no, hang on. I have a specific memory. I want to say I was in 7th grade. Or perhaps 6th grade, but I think it was 7th grade when we got the internet, which would have made me 12. in any case. When I became an adult, yeah, definitely. I'm going to say definitely. Like, millennials were the first young generation that was introduced to the internet when we were still kids. Like, I was an older millennial, and so the internet kind of became a bigger thing when I was in high school, but there are a lot of millennials who their whole grade school experience, the internet was a thing. And for Gen X people, that was not the case. I think Plattner is a millennial, right? And I'm making a really long-winded point here. I apologize for that, but he's 41, and so he's a millennial. And for millennials, our digital footprint is going to be much more extensive. And you say a lot of dumb stuff when you're young. You know, if Gen X had the internet the way that millennials did throughout their youth, then Gen X would have a footprint, a digital footprint of saying stupid shit, but they have the benefit of kind of growing up before the internet really became mass adopted. And so all this to say, I think we do need to not lower our standards per se, but change our standards to accommodate millennials. I mean, just think of it this way. Like, Gen Z, they're going to be, 40 and 50 years old one day. And they're going to start running for offices. Those motherfuckers have a digital footprint that takes up terabytes of space. And I do think we're going to move in a direction of, like, to borrow the language of the right wingers, I think we are going to move much more in a direction of, like, anti-cancel culture, because, most people are probably going to have, like, or certainly a lot more people are going to be just vulnerable to the things that they say. And so there's all that. One thing though, younger generations might be better at cleaning up their digital footprint before they go public. Yeah, but I don't know. Human beings are human beings, and I just feel like most people are not proactive enough to do stuff like that. I was pretty good at that starting at a young age. I say young, like in my 20s. Like, I was pretty good at like cleaning up my internet shit. Yeah, anyways.
The worst things he said and making sure that every single person in Maine can recite them from memory, that's definitely going to happen. How much is that going to matter when it's had an entire year to wash through the system? Right? The answer is I don't know. And I think that to me is the biggest point here, which is everyone thinks they know. That's the bigger point here. Is I think anyone who is so positive about what voters want in this environment, about what defines the most electable candidate, has been paying attention to politics for the last few years. Like, I think we all should have some real humility. Is an outsider with a bunch of bad posts better than an insider who happens to be the second least popular governor in America, according to one poll? I don't know. I don't think anyone else does either. So my argument is just, like, everyone should just chill the fuck out and let the voters in Maine decide, and we'll go from there. I think the DSCC shouldn't be involved. I think, if individual people want to support individual candidates they have, that's right. But if you're trying to reverse engineer this for the best candidate to run against Susan Collins, we don't know the answer to that. So let's just let the voters decide.
Yeah, I feel like also a lot of his handling of the fallout is very humanizing of him. When, like, I think you mentioned this on the interview, like, so many
and I agree. When I first read the reporting on the Reddit post, and I was like, ooh, I don't know about this. This seems a bit risky. And then I saw his response. I was like, you know what, man? That was good. I honestly could imagine people moving more towards him for that kind of humility. That was my thought process at the time.
Politicians, like the traditional politician, is so not human. Make him just a real person.
Let me say one more thing about that, which is I think that to his and his campaign's credit, I think they have handled this in a way that is consistent with his outsider appeal. They haven't delved into.
I believe this conversation is pre-tattoo, because how could they avoid that? So I assume they recorded this before that.
The the typical playbook and the offering like curt non-apology apologies or hiding him from scrutiny. He did a bunch of interviews of not just Ponce, he did a bunch of interviews over the weekend to talk about this. But will that matter in the end against tens of millions of dollars of ads? I don't know. Right. But he has 7 months of a primary to make that case, and if he wins the general election, he has 13 months or basically a year until the election.
I forgot how far away this election is. Like,
all of these
is going to be,
yeah. It's same thing in Michigan. Everyone's very fired up with the Michigan primary, the Texas primary. These things are all months and months and months away.
Wow.
So just let it play out is my argument.
Yeah, and the idea. Like the strategy behind just putting out the opposition research yourself, like he sent over that video of him dancing to Wrecking Ball in his underwear. Yeah. Like, is that a strategy you
to get it? It's better to get ahead of.
Oh God, I don't know if they know the context. I assume they recorded this like either at the same time that Tommy Vitor recorded the interview with Plattner. Is my best guess, and they weren't aware that. It's not him dancing in his underwear. Who gives a fuck about that? He has a Nazi tattoo.
To get ahead of those things, right? So you can at least talk about them on your terms as opposed to letting your opponents in the media frame it for you.
Was there anything else in his interview yesterday with Tommy that...
No, hang on. There's only 45 seconds in the video left.
You had a take on or stood out to you?
And that is like at the end of the interview, his sort of core populist message about what we need to do to make life better for working class.
Yeah, I think he has no idea. I don't know. That's my best guess because I can't explain this otherwise. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is the interview with Tommy Vitor where he talks about the tattoo, I think, right?
My guest today is a veteran oyster farmer and Maine Senate candidate, Graham Plattner. Graham, great to see you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you for doing the show, and thank you for bearing with 15 minutes of Amazon Web Service, Amazon-related tech.
If you guys can find like videos from lefties. Oh, here we go. There's a Breaking Points video. We'll watch that after this.
Problems at the jump here. It's been very fun. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. Okay. I want to cover a bunch of stuff with you, but first, I just wanted to ask you about this kind of flurry of news reports about Reddit posts you made between 2009 and 2021. There's an Axios headline this past week that described the week for you guys as Bernie back Maine Senate candidate melts down. So maybe by the end of the conversation, we can fact check that headline too, and you tell me if that's how you feel.
Interesting.
The Axios, yeah, they summon it all up for you. Primary in June. So the first Reddit post I wanted to ask you about is from 2013. So someone wrote on Reddit, "What is one question you've always wanted to ask someone of another race?" You responded, "Why don't black people tip? I work as a bartender, and it always amazes me how solid the stereotype is. Every now and again, a black patron will leave a 15 to 20% tip, but usually it is between 0 and 5%. There's got to be a reason behind it. What is it?"
So again, this got me curious, and so I actually looked up this claim and wanted to see if there were any studies done. And the studies that I saw showed that on average, black patrons, and I don't know how good this data is, right? Because like, there's a whole lot of things, like what kind of area do you live in? What's the median income level in that area? What kind of restaurant is it? And so I don't know if we have like robust studies on like how different ethnicity groups tip. I will tell you, hands down, the worst tippers easily during all my time as a waiter. Ooh, is this one going to be problematic? Where am I going with this one? Am I about to get clipped? European tourists. If you heard a European accent, you knew you were fucked. Because those motherfuckers don't tip. Is that racist? I don't know. But bro, it was just, what usually happened was again, because I talked about this a few days ago, but like, not getting tipped, just getting completely stiffed is pretty rare. Like where I was working, it was pretty rare. You know, Sonoma County, not the poorest region of California, not the most affluent, but you know, like, what was the median income? What is the median income in the Olive Garden that I worked at was in Rohnert Park. So Rohnert Park, California. Well, 96,000, yeah. Pretty good, right? That's pretty good, right? What's the median income in California? 96,000. Oh, that's household income. Okay, so Rohnert Park is actually slightly below average, but like not, or below the median, but not a poor area, you know. And I got like stiffed, just no tip in all my 7 years of waiting tables, maybe like 10 times, you know, like it's pretty rare, I think. Maybe more than that, maybe like 20 times. But with Europeans, it was like European tourists or whatever. And you know, I was like chatty when I waited tables. I'd be like, "Oh, where are you guys from? What are you doing here?" And so it was more common that they would leave like $3. You know, it'd be like a $95 tab, and they would leave like a $3 tip. You know, stuff like that. But anyways, the studies that I found on tipping, like different ethnicities, was that like your own expectations and internal bias can influence your perception. And so if you expect that a certain group is going to tip less, when they do, it's going to stand out more. But without wading into the waters of his old Reddit posts, what I will say is that a lot of white people tipped poorly, you know, a lot is what I will say there. It was just nobody had a monopoly on like bad tipping. I'll put it that way. But anyways, that's the only study I could find. I don't know how reputable the study was, but it kind of made sense to me when I thought about it. That was like, you know what, that makes sense actually.
End of quote. How did you feel rereading that post? And what's your response to people who hear that and think that is
tipping culture is bad? You know, I think tipping, bro. I mean, listen, I always tip 20%. That's just I always tip 20%, you know, that's just what I do. Move the decimal point over and fucking multiply it by 2 and there you go. It's easy. And oftentimes I'll like round up. I just always do 20% because I survived off of tips for years. And so, you know, I just try to have like wait staffs back. But even I will say, you know, what are we doing with tipping culture where it's like, if I go get like boba, you know, if I go get boba and then they turn that little thing around, they turn the tablet around, they're like, you know, pick whatever you want and then sign. I'm like, what? We're tipping for boba? You know, like with Starbucks, it was like there was a tip jar, right? So if you had, you know, some extra money, some extra change, or whatever, you throw it in, that's fine, right? But like we're contemplating an 18% tip for boba. I'm just getting a boba drink. Like it took you literally fucking 20 seconds to put that together. At that point, I'm like, ooh, I think the tipping stuff is getting a little fucking ridiculous. You know, I'm not saying never tip them or anything like that, but like we're trying to implement a new fucking 18% standard to get a boba drink. Yeah,
it's like textbook racism and it's offensive.
I mean, I was legitimately asking the question.
What's the tipping at bars these days? I'm sorry, I keep pausing. The standard, as far as I understood it, I was never a bartender, but like, the standard that I would think is the norm, and tell me if I'm wrong here, is like $1 per drink. You know, you order like a $7.50 Cosmopolitan or Cosmo, and then like you just leave $1. You know, if it's 3 drinks, you leave $3. Like that's what was standard in the restaurants that I worked at.
I mean, that was the point of the thread, was to ask the question. Amusingly enough, I remember this time when I had first started bartending, and then I had a conversation with a friend of mine who was Black, who was a bartender, who did a great job of walking me through structural injustice and the fact of feelings of lack of agency. There were a whole bunch of reasons, and after that,
Irish stew with 57 months. Thank you, buddy.
I was like, oh yeah, that makes absolutely perfect sense. It was certainly not meant as a malicious thing. I was asking the question because that was kind of the point of the thread, actually.
So you're saying that this is not something that you were shitposting about. This was not something that you felt, it wasn't meant to be a commentary. It was a question you were sincerely asking on a Reddit thread because you thought there might be some sort of like cultural explanation or something. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I like there was a.
God, I am uncomfortable listening to this conversation. Like I'm cringing out of my skin right now. Not because of, it's just I don't know. It's kind of a funny conversation, man. Because it feels like Tommy is like actively trying to guide him to, but you know, like this is a very fraught conversation to be having. It would have been really funny if they had a Black person interview him on this. Bad Company with $5. Black folks tipping question is fine. Asking while you have a Nazi tattoo on your chest is a little wild. Yeah.
I grew up in Maine. I had never bartended before. I was living in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. Well, now that you put it that way, that kind of makes sense.
I mean, I honestly, I reread a lot of the comments for obvious reasons. Many of them, I'm like, oh God. That one, I must say, like, I mean, I was legitimately curious, and it was not certainly not meant in any malicious way. And I got an answer soon afterwards in reality from an actual person. But
got it. Okay, so another one that's gotten a lot of attention is there were posts from 2013 where it seemed like you were playing down the challenges faced by members of the military who were trying to report sexual assault allegations.
This feels like, guys, come on. This feels like, can I show the clip without getting DMCA'd? I'll link the clip if you guys haven't seen this clip. Succession is genuinely one of the funniest, most entertaining, best shows I've ever watched in my life. I mean, it's just hysterically funny. It's a slow burn. It's going to take you, you know, maybe a few episodes to get into it. We'll see what happens if I just show this like quick little short. So, little backstory on this clip, okay? Little backstory, all right? This is Tom Wambsgans, okay? Just a legendary character. Fucking unbelievable character. Just the funniest character in the entire show, okay? And he has married into an extremely rich family that is meant to be the Murdochs. You know, Succession is about a family that, you know, multi-billion dollar family who owns a media conglomerate. And it's all about like, it's like Game of Thrones within a family. I don't know how to describe the show, but it's fucking brilliant. And his character has been put in charge of the news. And the news, the news section, they have an anchor that's kind of like Tucker Carlson. And they discover that the anchor has some problematic things in his past. And it's Tom's job to ask this guy really uncomfortable questions. And this Tommy Vitor Graham Plattner interview just reminds me so much of this.
Okay, so this is embarrassing, but just for the record and just so we have it, you are not and have never been a member of the Nazi Party of the United States, have you? Come on, Tommy, serious? Nope. Thank you. Sorry to have to even ask. And, oh yes, the Hitler dog thing. Okay.
Dude, it is literally that scene, man. Maybe that's why I'm so primed to just find this whole Plattner situation fucking hilarious because it is so reminiscent of this scene.
The dog thing's bullshit. Great, I thought so. Different spelling. Okay, different spelling. Yeah. Okay, and this other one that came up, just to fend this off, have you ever read Mein Kampf? Yeah, a couple times, I guess. Couple times?
I'm gonna rewatch this show. I've rewatched it like 5 times, like literally 5 or 6 times, and I'm gonna start rewatching it again tonight because it's that fucking good.
Are there Easter eggs in there you didn't get the first time? Look, I'm interested in that period of history, Tom. Okay, I've skimmed it. Skimmed. Yeah. Thank you. And what specifically do you find interesting about that period of history? The scale, the tragedy. Hell yeah. Yeah, and which tragedies specifically? Europe decimated. 7 million Germans, 20 million Russians, 5 million Poles. Yeah. Just checking the till here, Mark, and it seems you're short a few million.
Oh my god, dude. Oh shit. God, if you've never watched that show, man, you are missing out, man.
First post was, in today's current climate, when every whisper of a
Tell me this interview is not giving you the same vibes, bro.
Misplaced hand brings down a feature-length film. Anyone who actually thinks the military is purposely covering up rape to save a career of some goddamn captain is clearly both an idiot and junior enough in rank or life experience to think it matters. And then there was another post where you suggested that the way to avoid getting sexually assaulted was not to get blacked out drunk. Again, what do you say to someone who hears those comments and feels like it's minimizing a very serious problem, if not suggesting that the victims are the ones to blame for sexual assault?
Yeah, they would be correct in that. I didn't know what I was talking about. I had, at this point, I had just gotten out of the infantry. It's important. Like, my time in the service was in the.
I've been searching for an old pic of his full arm, but in that tweet of his new tattoo, you can see the 1919 on his fucking arm. Does anyone have a link?
The infantry. At that point, it was an all-male branch.
It's not great to be like, well, if you don't want to get SA'd, don't dress up like a whore. I don't know what he said, or don't get drunk. I don't know what he said, but it's not great. But people can go through a period of time in their life where they're tweeting stuff like that and become better people. Just, apart from the whole Nazi situation. I don't think that should be disqualifying. But if I'm a woman voter, I can kind of imagine being like, yeah, no. I'm going to pass on that.
Had only recently separated, and my frame of reference was.
What did Mike from PA say yesterday? Because there was like a deleted tweet. Did he say something crazy? What the fuck are you seeing that I'm not seeing? Where are you seeing 19? Oh. 1919? What does that mean? Please tell me this guy did not expose a new Nazi tattoo accidentally. You guys can't see it. It's on the left. Fuck. How do I do this? There it is right there. Yeah. 1919. What's the significance of that? Obviously, the Nazis were not a thing. 1919 was the year that women got the right to become lawyers in the UK, though presumably that isn't why he got the tattoo. The end of World War I? Why is this racist to have 1919? I don't understand. 1919 referencing Red Summer, but like I have no idea if 1919 is real or not. This seems like nothing. I don't know what this is. The Nazi Party formed in 1919. There is no fucking way that this guy secretly exposed a separate Nazi tattoo in a picture that is meant to show the cover-up of the first Nazi tattoo. Right? You're saying it's a reach? Guys, I need you to pause with me on this one. I feel like you guys are having a moment like I had when Elon did the Nazi salute, and I was like, you know what? I think he just fucking hulked out. I think it was just adrenaline, bro. Like, I said that shit because my brain just couldn't process it, right? I think you guys are having that kind of a moment right here. Because if a guy has a Nazi tattoo and then 6 inches to the left has 1919 written on it, which is SS, but also the year that the Nazis were formed, I don't think that's a stretch. Maybe one without the other. Who knows what that can mean? Oh, you got crazy and fucking got drunk and got a tattoo, and then also got another tattoo. I need to see the rest of the tattoo. Like, what else is going on here with this tattoo? That's what we need to see. That would be important context. That internet, do your thing. We need to see. There's no way he accidentally exposed a separate Nazi tattoo, right? Like, it can't be, like, okay, I'm sorry.
That world. And that was not a world in which, frankly, I had very little interaction with women in the service. Very soon after, actually, this time frame, when I started going to college, I became very close friends with a number of vets, female vets at George Washington, and all of them had a story. And I very quickly changed my tune. I think you'll find even.
Guys, do we live in a universe where, so I told you that, I have known, if you guys are just joining, I told you that I have known people that had Nazi tattoos, that came out of prison with Nazi tattoos, got clean, found God, found religion, had black friends, and was not a racist or did not display any racism anymore when we were hanging out. And I've known these people, turned their lives around, and God bless them. I fucking love those stories, bro. We've all heard those stories, We've all seen like a fucking thing pop up on our Twitter feed where it's like, this guy was a Nazi for 20 years. Now he spends his time going into jails and da-da-da. And you're like, damn, fuck yeah, that's awesome, right? But can someone run for Senate? Because like, I'm just imagining if you would have said like, yes, these are Nazi tattoos and let's get into it. And then you just dive into like a really dark past and, can you survive that politically? Maybe. I feel like that is way more possible if you're a Republican than a Democrat. I could be wrong.
Not that much later in my Reddit history, me acknowledging that. That was a moment in time in which I had not yet been exposed to things, and I had a opinion or I had thoughts that were colored by my experience in the service, but my experience in the service was quite.
I'm a Latin lefty, but I don't give a fuck about this. I mean, all feelings are valid, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, right?
Was frankly limited. And that's when I reread those, I see me not knowing what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. And sort of beyond like the substantive concern with the comments you made, I think is a political one, right? Like, as you know better than anyone, Maine is a really important Senate race, and Democrats are worried that if you're the nominee, like Susan Collins or the many super PACs that support Republicans will spend $50 million, $100 million on negative ads featuring a bunch of these Reddit posts. There's ones where you call yourself a communist. There's ones where you call police officers bastards. There's one where you say that rural white Americans actually are racist and stupid.
You start to get a better sense of like why progressives really love this guy. He's like, I think like Plattner's like rank 2 right now. Like, who are the other progressive politicians and candidates that the like far lefties really like right now? It's like obviously Mamdani, number 1, although a lot of them are starting to turn on him. But I would still say like he's number 1, and then I think Plattner is definitely like a firm number 2. Yeah, actually no, yeah, like AOC and then Mamdani and then Plattner is probably more accurate there. Lawson with $5. I was promoted to shift leader at Wendy's, and I have SS bolts, so anything is possible. Nice. All right.
What do you say to that, and how do you combat that?
Yeah, I mean,
this is the deleted Mike from PA tweet, and then somebody referenced the Succession clip that I just showed you, because somebody quote retweeted this with that caption where he's like, just checking the till here, and I feel like you're 2 million short. Okay, hold on. This isn't just a Nazi tattoo. This is the symbol of the concentration camp guards, the guys who ran the death camps, the men who murdered socialists, communists, and liberals. What? I can't even. You guys, listen. We have to cherish these moments, okay? In political discourse, you so rarely get like something like this fucking hilarious with just all the reactions to it. You know what I mean? Like, cherish these moments because they are fleeting. Just in an instant, they're gone. You know, 2 days from now, no one's going to be talking about this probably. They mass murdered all black men in the French army. This is on par with the swastika. How do you not mention how do you like clearly take great pains to avoid mentioning 6 million Jewish people that were murdered? Like, how do you do that? It's fucking incredible.
First, I mean, those were definitely, that was me trying to get a rise out of people on the internet. Those are not reflective of those weren't even
I just want to be clear. I understand that anti-Semitism and Nazism is not funny. I'm talking about the responses. I just want to be clear about that. You have to remove yourself entirely from the situation, how fucked up everything is. And if you do that, I am confident that you will similarly find this fucking hilarious.
Reflective of my opinions back then. I would say that it is a little rich hearing about this right now when just last week there was a pro Susan Collins ad run with Janet Mills in it saying nice things about her. Like it is and I also, quite frankly, think that as I go around the state of Maine and talk to people, which we've been doing, I mean, the past month has been me on the road, going all over the place. As I interact with people directly, as I hold town halls, as I get myself out there more, people are going to recognize that this is not at all the person that.
All right, we are going to skip to the tattoo discourse. This is a 45-minute video. And it looks like here's where they play the video, okay? We'll back it up to right about here.
My wife, I mean, like life got good.
Is that what pulled you out of that sort of place of despair?
Bad Company with $5. Hostess was founded in 1919. Do we know what his favorite snack is? No, we don't. $5. Have you seen the new Majority Report video yet about debating Israel with Caller? No, but I would like to watch that, and we also have to watch the Vanguard made a video about me, and so we got to watch that. So I'm just gonna try to not pause. Here we go.
But also, I mean, like there was a time there
no pausing
where I was really
starting right now.
Really down on this whole
absolutely. I'm sorry.
Project. I was really down on because I saw everything as a complete waste. Like I got very nihilistic. I got very critical, and then you settle in and you reconnect with human beings in the real world, not on the internet, but in the actual world, and you build a community and you find yourself connected with folks, and that entirely rebuilt my faith. It rebuilt my faith in America. It rebuilt my faith in our ability to be what we say we want to be. It rebuilt my faith in people. And I got that because I got to move back to the place that I was from, and because I got the support that I got from the VA to put me in, frankly, a much better place, both materially and mentally. And I got support and help. That's what got me through it. And that's what allowed me to reconnect. And that's what gives me, frankly, the immense amount of hope that I have to undertake this project. I'm not doing this from a place of cynicism or a place of ego. I'm doing this because I honestly think we need to do something different. We need to try a different kind of politics. What we are doing right now is clearly not working. There is so much resentment. There's so much hate. And coming from a tiny town where a lot of my neighbors and I do not agree on politics, and yet we're all friends. We all know each other. Everybody still supports each other. They're for me, I see in that the way forward, and that colors my politics, and it colors how I'm running. And to have people look at this whole experience that I've gone through in my life and want to throw it in my face, and to know that it's coming from the same political establishment that frankly made me go fight in these wars in the first place is doubly infuriating.
Yeah.
It's you made me go, I volunteered to go do this stuff. You sent us off. You took advantage of us. You took advantage of our patriotism. You took advantage of our willingness to sacrifice ourselves, of our willingness to take part in this stuff. And we come back and struggle. And then and for years struggle without help. And then finally get help, finally rebuild a good life, finally find a place of real community and depth and a connection to this world. And then to have that exact same apparatus, take that whole experience and try to weaponize it. It's disgusting, man. It actually legitimately infuriates me.
I can understand it. Obviously people's votes and quotes and life experience is going to be part of a political campaign, but right. The Oppo research world gets pretty fucking disgusting at points, and I think you're kind of hinting at that. Speaking of which, in kind of a non-traditional campaign move, your team actually shared some opposition research on you with me. It's a video from, I believe, a decade ago. Let's just watch an excerpt.
Oh boy, here we go.
And then we should talk about it.
I mean, absent the Nazi tattoo, I feel I just, again, the me saying that sentence, I'm sorry, but the whole situation is so comically absurd. Absent the Nazi tattoo, I feel like a video like this would actually make somebody more popular. You know what I mean? People would be dope, maybe 20 years ago people would have been oh my god, that's so unbecoming of a senator. But we live in a totally different time now, and you're right about the DMCA, by the way. I didn't even.
What we're watching there was Graham wearing just his boxer briefs.
Silkies. Those are Marine Corps running shorts.
Pardon me. Silkies. First of all, great song choice. Tell us what's happening there, where you are. There's probably some listeners who are very confused. And the reason that we are showing this video is because at the very end, you can see a tattoo on your chest. And I've been told that some of your political opponents are telling reporters that tattoo has a Nazi affiliation. And I would like to know, is that accurate? Are you a secret Nazi?
I am not a secret Nazi. Actually, if you read through my Reddit comments, I think you can pretty much figure out where I stand on Nazism, and anti-Semitism and racism in general. I would say a lifelong opponent. The video is from my brother's marriage to his wife, to my sister-in-law, who I was serenading I told them that my wedding gift to them would be my embarrassment. And so I performed a lip sync version of Miley Cyrus's Wrecking.
Okay. Don't know if we need this information. Think we could probably just get to the point, right?
Ball to my sister.
Feels like we're slightly burying the lead here.
Sister-in-law on the day of her wedding to my brother. And and now, of course, that embarrassment, which was mostly just held internally in the family, as we always watch that video at family events and laughed, is now shared with the world. So I feel like I'm just going to give them a wedding gift for the rest of my life.
Okay.
Which is great. I love them. The reason, by the way, the reason of this video, Saturday was their 10th wedding anniversary.
Oh, congrats.
And my sister-in-law was showing.
Okay, we are really burying the lead here.
Everybody the video.
Nice.
And I was like, oh yeah, there it is. There's me being embarrassed. But what we also, yes. So in 2007, I was a machine gun section leader with Kilo Company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines. We were on the 2-2 Mu, and it was my 3rd deployment. My previous 2 had been to Fallujah and then Ramadi, 2006. And we went ashore in Split, Croatia, myself and a few of the other machine gun squad leaders, and we got very inebriated. And we did what Marines on liberty do, and we decided to go get a tattoo. And we went to a tattoo parlor in Split, Croatia, and we chose a terrifying looking skull and crossbones off the wall because we were Marines, and skulls and crossbones are a pretty standard military thing. And we got those tattoos, and then we all moved on with our lives. And I actually joined the Army after that, where I got, I had to go to MEPS. I got screened. Later on, I got a security clearance and a full screen when I went to work for the State Department as a contractor doing security for the ambassador to Afghanistan in 2018. And I've also just lived my entire life like a regular person with the skull and crossbones on their chest, which by that I mean taking my shirt off, performing Miley Cyrus songs in front of my extended family, and to my sister-in-law, and just taking my shirt off at the beach.
Right, presumably going to the beach, yeah.
I mean, I went to college, I went to the gym, I did all the things, and at no point in this entire experience of my life did anybody ever once say, hey, you're a Nazi. It never came up until we got wind that in the opposition research, somebody was shopping the idea that I was a secret Nazi with a hidden Nazi tattoo. And I can honestly say that if I was trying to hide it, I've not been doing a very good job for the past 18 years.
Yeah.
So
you're a self-described communist, but also a Nazi.
I will say the fact that I've managed to go from communist to Nazi in the space of 4 days, according to the people who are trying to do this to me, I find to be quite a spectacular turn of events, but
well, like Miley.
So there's also media reporting from the source is cited as a former acquaintance who said, he said, oh, this is my Totenkopf. He said it in a cutesy little way 10 years ago. More than a decade ago. And then you also have his former campaign manager. That to me is pretty damning, right? I don't know if that. Hold on, but I don't know if I don't know if I feel comfortable saying that it was the former campaign manager. I don't know if I've seen a source. Now I can't find it. Now I can't find it, but there was someone who was on his staff. That's what I'll say. I don't know if there was a campaign manager. There's someone that was on Graham Plattner's campaign staff. Came out with a very, very exasperated. Can somebody help me find that post? Came out with a very exasperated post. It's like, and it's basically the vibe is, guys, what the fuck are we doing? He's a history buff. He knew it was an anti-Semitic tattoo. Like someone who worked on his staff that said this. That seems pretty bad. Totenkopf also just means death head. Yes, there's Nazi military symbolism to it too, but if you look at the Wikipedia page, there's even more uses of it. Okay, all right, okay, I understand that. And I didn't know much about this iconography before yesterday, but I seem to follow a lot of people who claim that this was a very explicit Nazi image. And then, guys, the 1919 situation, fucking 6 inches away from that tattoo, is incredibly damning. We're talking about either the most absurd coincidence that you could possibly imagine, or, you know, here's what I suspect, right? And this isn't based on anything but vibes. I think it's quite likely that this guy was kind of a little Nazi and went through a drastic transformation, which happens, but he doesn't want to own up to that because he feels like that politically might not be a fight that he can win. Like, that seems like a very plausible explanation for what's going on here. The Nazi Party wasn't formed until 1920. This doesn't fit into that narrative. Well, and there's that, but it's SS, bro. 1919 SS. Like, I need to see what the rest of that tattoo looks like, man. We need some internet sleuths that can find a clear image of that tattoo. Anything with 88 must be Hitler. Well, like 88 in a vacuum. Okay. Well, hang on. If you saw, if instead of 1919, there was an 88 6 inches away on his arm, would that make you a little suspicious? 88 is worse than 1919. Not the original post, but the comments. Hold on. But the comments. Wait, what? Hold on. But the comments. Where are the comments? Where are you seeing this? I don't see any fucking comments. What are you talking about? See my previous post. I've checked everywhere, can't get a clear shot of his arm tattoo. Twitter is catching wind on the 1919, so yeah, that will blow up soon. Also, Yeet and Taylor and Ethan are having beef. All right, one beef at a time here, guys. We can't just segue into fucking Taylor Lorenz versus Ethan Klein.
You've got range. Okay, so like you came into this, you're just like, you're a normal guy. You want to make the country a better place. Did you know this shit was going to happen? Like, did you go to your staff beforehand being like, look, I was a Reddit shit poster for a long time. There's some things that are going to come out. Let's delete this old account. Like, let's get ready for this. Or has this just been a gut punch of like stuff you've forgotten you'd written coming back at you?
I'm an elder millennial. I am well aware that everything I wrote on the internet exists. I know it.
I mean, that's just not plausible, you know. Like, if you're running for office, you should be smart enough to fucking clean up your old Reddit account. Like, you know, I'm not expecting that you're going to remember every fucking comment you ever left. And I'm sure if I went back 20 years and looked into comment sections on YouTube videos, I could probably find some crazy shit in the comments that I wrote that I just wouldn't remember. But I would remember, like, I wrote a lot of crazy shit just generally. And, just seems like, I don't know, like, again, just at minimum, the best, most charitable read of the situation is that this guy is fucking dumb. That's the best thing that you can come up with, is my opinion.
With the Wayback Machine, I mean, the idea that like I went through years on the internet and now think that like there's some way to make that go away is absurd. So no, I mean, look, I knew they were going to throw. I knew that they were going to throw the book at me, right? Like I knew that we are up against the machine. We were told not to run this race. I was specifically, like, we were sent messages saying we were not supposed to do this. We had to wait our turn. We didn't have permission. And that if we did it, they were going to try.
All right. I think we got the gist of that. I don't know. Ultimately, it is up to the Democratic primary voters in Maine which direction they go. You could really easily see this just tanking his campaign, but stranger things have happened, stranger things have happened. And if they decide he's the guy, man, then fuck it, he's the guy. Fuck it, we ball, I guess. But if I was in Maine, I would not want him to be the guy to go and to face Susan Collins. I don't know. The boomer in me that thinks more about mitigating risks in my elderly years. Compare him to Trump. Well, I don't think that's the most useful way to evaluate a primary candidate. Democratic primary candidate. He already said if he gets elected, he'd support him. So is Hutch a Nazi sympathizer? I don't think so. Fucking bro, this is really gonna test my whole, like, if it was literally 99% Hitler, I would vote for 99% Hitler over 100%. This is like the perfect test of this. When I tell you I'm maximally pragmatic and utilitarian, I mean that shit. Hutch, I'm worried about your health if your left arm is much larger than your right arm, which could be a sign of either stroke or punching left all day. All right. Lovett had a long post. All right. This is a median response, so we'll use it as an example, but not aimed at this comment. But also suggest people go and listen to Graham from He's responding to somebody named whatever, saying, I think there's a middle ground somewhere between perfect, unblemished, sinless, and a Nazi tattoo on their chest. All right, let's see what Lovett. I mean, again, I respect Lovett. He's my favorite pod guy. I've seen him record an episode of Love It or Leave It live. I went to a live taping of it, or live recording of it, in Los Angeles like 5 years ago. Fair to argue that Plattner has more to do to assuage concerns about his past, both on its own terms and as a political liability. Fair to argue that Janet Mills is a better choice. Proven experience, less of a risk. I don't fucking know, neither do you. So put the political calculus aside for a second. In the last few weeks, JD Vance has said people who make offensive comments on the internet about Charlie Kirk should lose their jobs, while Republicans in their 20s and 30s making racist comments and jokes about gas chambers are just kids who don't deserve to have their lives ruined. But I don't think it's that hard to be consistent. People should be held accountable for their words and actions, but we should also afford people grace enough to listen to them, to be open to who they are now, to welcome change. Doesn't mean every apology is sincere, doesn't mean every sincere apology is accepted. But otherwise, we've built a machine that reaches up between the floorboards and grabs people and wrenches them downward, and then once there, prevents them from getting back up. No Nazi tattoos is a pretty low bar, John. You're right, it is. And I see a mix of sincere shock about the tattoo, plus the relief of how simple this can be, because you can say fuck off without any conflict at all. It's fun to be a part of the machine. And of course, he should answer for that tattoo. He's explained the story, how it wasn't flagged as a hate symbol when he entered the army or when he received a security clearance. He's apologized and covered it up. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe you don't believe him. Do you believe Plattner when he talks about how angry and nihilistic he was after leaving the military? Do you believe him when he says he was drinking and lashing out and venting on the internet, that he learned and grew and peeled himself up and made a happy life, and that he now sees being disillusioned as a necessary part of his journey to politics? But his father was a lawyer. He read a lot of books. He did a stint as a military contractor. Who are you people? The guy got out of the Marines and joined the army. He got fucked up by it. He's lived a life. Should he be a senator? Is he the right person to win the primary? Again, I don't know, and that's not up to me. Put this case aside. If we're trying to build a big welcoming movement, we have to actually do that. And that should include people who have had dark chapters in their lives and found their way out. Especially because those are people who can be a voice and model for others. Yes, there's a big space between welcoming and making someone senator, but also there's a big space between saying that person shouldn't be a senator and being incurious and closed off to people growing into the best versions of themselves from the worst. And now I welcome your continued insults. Oh, okay. I have thoughts. Allow me to organize my thoughts. I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is ultimately up to the primary voters of Maine. That's what a democracy is, right? Like, does Maine have open or closed primaries? Because that's kind of a big difference here. Maine has open primaries. Maine's semi-open primary system will go into effect in 2024. What does that mean? Semi-open? What does that mean? Congressional and state primaries. Open, partisan with partisan registration. Semi-open? What does that mean? Fishy, what the fuck does that mean? Open partisan with partisan registration? I don't know what that means. Like, as long as you're registered to vote, you can vote in either primary? Is that what that means? Like open, but half. I don't understand what that means. I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. Next Tuesday, voters in Maine and more than a dozen other states will cast ballots. For the first time this year, thanks to Maine's switch to a semi-open primary, independent voters can join the proverbial party without literally having to join the party. This year, unenrolled or independent voters can participate in either the Democratic or Republican primaries without having to sign up with the party. Okay, I see. I think what they're saying is if you're a Republican, you can't vote in the Democratic primary. And if you're a Democrat, you can't vote in the Republican primary. But if you're independent, you can vote in either, but not both. Is that right? Do I have that right? Seems to be what the situation is. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know how that changes the calculus. But it probably does. Somebody more qualified could explain the difference. All right. So I think like what Lovett is saying, I think I don't necessarily have an issue with the broad strokes of what he's saying. We've been talking a lot about moving away from purity politics. And 4 days ago, I put out a tweet defending Plattner with the whole Reddit situation. And you guys know, the regulars, I assume you know, I've been gassing this guy up for fucking weeks. I've been over here telling you guys, like, look at this guy, bro. I think, don't love the rhetoric, but fuck, man, he's an interesting candidate. I've been gassing this guy up. So I am not motivated by any kind of vendetta against the populist left. I will embrace the populist left wholeheartedly. if I felt like a populist left candidate is more likely to steal a seat from Republicans or whatever, right? I am not like overly like, is partisan the word? I'm not married to ideology. I am ideologically polyamorous when it comes to electoral politics. Whatever candidate running on whatever platform that has the best chance of winning, fucking go for it, you know? That means a moderate Democrat in West Virginia or a fucking communist in New York City. Go nuts, voters. Do your thing. Gen X with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate that generosity. And the tier 2 membership from earlier, which I'm not sure if I said thank you for that. Did I say thanks? Thank you for that. I might have not said thank you. Jen, I'm so sorry. I might have missed that. And then Dazudanu with $10. I'm all for the big welcoming movement. I think it's necessary, and I think it has been a weakness of ours, but it's rich to hear that in defense of Plattner, who calls his colleagues corrupt. Yes. There's like a few different angles of why I agree in principle with Lovett's post, but I don't agree applied to this particular circumstance. OB24. I don't know what I hate more about the pod bros, that they are all so full of themselves, or that most of them are... What the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. Or that most of them are Jews, but have no problem overlooking anti-Semitism when it's politically convenient. I just read or that most of them are Jews. I was like, oh, where's this one going? And then the rest of the sentence played out. Okay. There's like a few different angles to look at here. So Plattner is running as what you might call like an insurgent, outsider, populist left candidate. So in a nutshell, he's kind of doing the Bernie strat, but I would say even more kind of leaning into, you know, his political brand seems to be about like waging war against the establishment, which can be a very nebulous term, but I would say, and tell me if you guys agree or disagree, I would say he is like, his brand is, we got to kick the dinosaurs out and reform the Democratic Party. Like, the party is rotten and corrupt to its core, and we got to get them all out of there. And fucking, that's his whole brand, which I just don't fucking love. Which is every politician's platform. No, that's not true. That's not true. I was willing to, like, I really, to be clear, I fucking hate that kind of rhetoric, just generally. But I was willing to overlook that because, you know, I was looking at the excitement that was building. I was looking at his polling numbers, and I was like, fuck, man, that's connecting. Like, you know, that's resonating with voters. And he seems to be favored more than Mills in this contest. When I looked, it was like she was up on Collins by 8 points, which is pretty good, right? And he's up on Collins by 14 points, you know, so it's not insignificant lead. You know, he has an advantage in that he's been campaigning for a couple months now, and Mills just announced, I think, last week. And so maybe if you give her a little bit of time, she can juice those numbers up. But I was willing to overlook that kind of rhetoric that I hate, because I'm just all about just maximizing the chance of wins. And there is a kind of there is a kind of impulse in me to not be as like gracious in a moment like this, because his whole thing is like, you know, yeah, like all the Democrats are bought and paid for by AIPAC and the corporations, which I think there's a way to talk about lobbying and the corrupt influence of money in politics without that kind of generalizing. So there's that angle of the situation, but more directly to what Lovett is saying here, I feel like his post, the validity of this kind of reaction is kind of determined on if you take Plattner at his word for his explanation. If you take Plattner at his word and you genuinely think that that was sincere, he got drunk, went to a tattoo parlor in fucking Croatia, and woke up the next morning with a tattoo, and nobody told him that tattoo, what it meant for 17 years, and he didn't independently figure out what that tattoo was in 17 years, okay? If you believe that, then sure, you know what? If you believe that, then I think Lovett's post is valid. But to me, it is less plausible than just, to me, it's not very plausible, just in a nutshell. I have a hard time believing that. That's really difficult to believe. I don't know who or what to believe anymore. It's Croatia. There's a 90% chance it was next to a swastika on the wall. I don't know anything about Croatia, so I can't speak to that. But like, that is just a really tough pill for me to swallow. Really difficult to imagine that having a tattoo like that for 2 decades, or just about 2 decades, you know, and in all that time, you never discovered that you have a Nazi tattoo. So difficult to believe that, man. Even if he did, Hutch isn't running for office, so it isn't an issue. Wait, I don't know what we're talking about there. And then, you know, there's other sourcing that he had a friend from 10 years ago who claims that he definitely knew what that tattoo was. You know, it's a fucking anonymous source. But that's just, you know, another thing to consider. And I'll just repeat myself one more time and then we'll move on, right? But at minimum, Mercado Media, thank you so much for $10. I was watching some of your coverage of those protests, man. I fucking dig your shit. Check out, guys, in the YouTube chat, check out Mercado Media's channel. That guy's on the ground. You were talking shit to Kim Higbee. Like on the ground at these protests, getting out there and covering it on streams and stuff. It's good shit, man. I've clicked on your streams more than a few times. Okay. The best possible, most charitable explanation of this whole thing with Graham Plattner, and I mean this quite literally, guys. There's no hyperbole. I'm not exaggerating. The most charitable explanation that you can give is that he's fucking dumb. And if I'm a Maine primary voter, I'm not going to vote for a dummy. I don't want my fucking senator to be dumb. You know, it sounds like this guy's decently well read, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying he's literally like low IQ, but man, that is awful judgment. That's mostly, let's get away from intelligence, okay? Awful judgment. Just awful, awful, awful judgment. And when I'm thinking about a senator, you know, helping somebody ascend to the seat, to a senator's seat in the United States Congress, I don't think that we should be elevating people that have demonstrated just exceptionally poor judgment. On top of the whole situation of it just being, to me, very implausible. His explanation, quite frankly, doesn't make sense. So anyways, that's my take on that. The whole situation is just, you know, it's fucked up. It is fucked up. It's just a reminder of like, Jesus, what's going on in this country? But kind of funny. It's kind of just absurd and funny. And it does feel like it's right out of a Succession episode. And so I appreciate the content, But all right, the Vanguard boys uploaded a video about me.
One other thing I want to give our take.
Friends of the pod, the Vanguard boys, made a video called Kyle Kulinski absolutely cooks Dishonest Hutch. I'm done with him. Unfollowed and unsubscribed. OB with the don't know. If it helps in improving your mood, BB is going quite down at the polls and Israel is really close to an election. That does make me feel warm and fuzzy. God, I hope that I pray to the God that you worship that happens for you guys. All right, friends of the pod, here we go.
Take on Gavin is Kyle Kulinski. Kyle and Corin do their show over on Corin's World. Check it out if you haven't. Corin's a great guy, and obviously you guys already know Kyle. But they reacted to a super chat that I found pretty interesting because, you know, Hutch is a guy that we've had a lot of beef with, but
I mean, to be fair, it's like three beefs that lasted 2 days.
Kyle has been a little bit more like gentle with that side of the political aisle. You know, he hasn't just called them like dumb as rocks. Like we have like brain dead fucking idiots, like just the most like unintelligent, uninspiring, just lacking of insight.
Just to be clear, this is coming from the guy who said that Joe Biden could have accomplished, he could have pressured Joe Manchin into signing off on a $15 an hour minimum wage by sending AOC and Bernie Sanders into West Virginia to do a bunch of rallies. Just to give you a sense of like where their head is at.
Pedophile defenders.
Zero Riz fucking losers. Yeah.
100%. Anyway.
Whoa. Zero Riz? Like, there's, okay. All right. I guess Riz is subjective.
Anyway, Kyle was being nice. He was like, I don't ever punch, you know, I just only punch the right wingers. I'm too big of a channel. I'm like, I understand, bro. I understand. You got to use your weight specifically.
He doesn't only punch right wingers. That's the, okay, whatever.
Specifically to go after the right wing. But on Kyle and Corin, he let it fly a little bit when he got a super chat asked about Hutch. And I was happy to see Kyle respond this way.
Yeah, super glad to see this. Shout out to Kyle Kulinski, who, as we recently, you know, talked about, just hit 2 million subscribers.
Did he take out the nose ring? The end of an era.
Crazy. He's continued to rise in popularity, relevance, all while, you know, never wavering in his, you know, consistency and principles, which I really appreciate about him. He never.
I mean, he very much shifted in the last, like, since the election, you know, since the election, he's very much shifted. But okay.
He never grifts or panders or anything like that. So, you know, love Kyle. And I'm glad to see this because Hutch is so fucking annoying. I mean,
he never grifts or panders, but he made two separate videos highlighting and lending legitimacy to brain dead conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk, but he doesn't fucking pander.
I was just watching one of the Live and Learn episodes, which our friend Josiah is a part of, or he was a part of.
He quit, bro.
He just quit. But Hutch is a panelist on that show, which we have been on. And Hutch was like, he was like defending like Joe Manchin and like talking about how like the left, like, you know, pressure.
To be clear, listen, I'd like to think I'm a humble guy, right? You know, think I'm a humble guy. I don't always have the best debates, you know, like I have no formal debate background. You know, wasn't a part of any kind of debate team. I never studied the laws of logic or logical fallacies. Like I'm learning a lot of this stuff now at the age of 42, you know, couldn't have told you what a no true Scotsman was like 2 years ago, or fucking Mott and Bailey or relative privation fallacy or any of that stuff. But in my conversation with these two gentlemen, I fucking dismantled their arguments so aggressively that it got to a point where this guy he had to fall back on an argument of, listen, and he literally said this, I'm paraphrasing, but listen, I understand what you're saying and it all makes sense, but I just don't care. That's what he landed on ultimately. He just said, but I just don't care. I'm talking about the limitations on what people can do when they're in office, what political parties can and can't do, just laid out like basic structure of the government, civics, division of power, and the checks and these kinds of things. And just, and it got to a point where he was just like, I don't care if it's hard. You just do it anyways, which is just, I don't know if I need to explain just how silly that is. It's like, what if I applied that to like, okay, I'm going to set a goal of just, I want to fly. Like, not get in a plane. I want to like fly, like physically like fly around like Superman. And then somebody tried to explain to me 10 different ways that it's just physically impossible. There's no way that you can do that without some kind of a jetpack or whatever. And then just imagine me saying like, I hear you, but I don't care. You still got to try, right?
Pressured Joe Manchin out of politics because they were so mean to him, and he was like making all these excuses for the mainstream of the Democratic Party and talking about how there's actually no proof that there's a lot more energy with the progressives right now. He's just gaslighting people, and like it was crazy. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Hutch, as you guys know. Glad to see Kyle speaking the truth.
For those super chat.
Yo, Kyle, Hutch be criticizing your criticism of Democrats, but they're good faith and interesting. So I'd love to see another KKF debate with him soon. So here's my issue with.
We covered this yesterday. So like, how many of you guys were tuning in yesterday? Because we watched this video yesterday. So I don't know how much I should repeat myself. There's a lot of you guys that weren't here yesterday. I don't know what the fucking distribution is of daily viewers versus, once or twice a week or whatever. I'll try not to repeat myself too much here. I'll pause less than I did yesterday.
Hutch that he really let me down in a way where like I'm not interested in that. He did some video a while ago, and in the title, I forget exactly what the title was, but there was a picture of me in the thumbnail with some other people as well. I forget who else was in it, but it was like me, maybe Crystal, maybe some other people. And basically, either in the thumbnail or the title, the implication was I was arguing like Democrats and Republicans are the same, or like Democrats and Republicans are, equally bad or something. And when I saw that, I was just like, okay, that's literally just a lie. In fact, one of my patented rants that I've been doing on my show on a regular basis is literally the opposite of that point, where I say, I don't want to hear any bullshit false equivalence anymore in this era. There is no false equivalence.
That he's been doing for like 15 years, by the way. It's just like, it's glad to have you on the team now, but Jesus Christ, we could have used you for the last like 15 fucking years of you making videos, making those claims, right?
Literally the worst Democrat you can find is better than the best Republican you can find. Like, so anybody who does the false equivalent.
I don't know if you noticed, but he's also contradicting what they just said, right? Like they're over here like, Manchin, they're like, talking about how like shouldn't have chased Manchin out of the party, and he's like, whatever.
It's horseshit. They're just wrong, and it's just embarrassingly stupid in this moment.
I totally agree with Kyle on that.
100%.
So the fact that he basically put in like a title or a thumbnail.
You agree with him? What do you mean you agree with him? So, okay, all right. Are you going to support moderate candidates in moderate districts? Wait, what? How did you not just like immediately contradict yourself, by the way?
That like I was somehow doing the thing that I explicitly do the opposite of all the fucking time, seemingly every show these days. When I saw that, I was like, I'm done with him.
Yeah.
Like, I'm done with him. So I think I unfollowed him on Twitter, unsubscribed from his channel, because it was like, listen,
That's a bit extreme, bro. It's a bit extreme. It's a bit of an extreme reaction. Like, you unfollowed him? Oh, like, I gotta tell you guys, I did not lose any sleep when that happened.
I'm a reasonable dude, but if I feel like a criticism is just flat dishonest, then I'm like, I'm not going to waste my time with this. Like, I'm done. I'm out of this.
So the context here, I'll make it snappy. The context here is there was a video that my editor, he decides all the titles and the thumbnails. I will sometimes give input, but largely it's a hands-off process for me. he just, and like literally everything on the YouTube VOD side is like 99%. This guy is just in the background. James, very happy with him, by the way. Got really lucky because he was the first guy that I, interviewed, and just ended up just picking it up like right away, and just, yeah. And so he came out with a video like a couple months ago, and I don't know if you're going to be able to see the thumbnail. But it was basically I'm having trouble locating it now. It was basically the framing was like, I don't know, I'm gonna make it up. It was like, the title of the video was like, "This needs to stop," or something like that. And the thumbnail was me doing like a YouTube face of like, in the thumbnail. And the caption said, quote, "Democrats are the same as Republicans." And then there was also a collection of like lefty YouTubers. I'll make it up and say like Jank, Hassan, Kyle, and 2 other people or something like that. And the video it wasn't even about like Kyle. I mean, it was semi clickbait, which is what I think like you have to I think the game on YouTube is like you kind of have to do like a little bit of like put some pepper on it, right? But what we try not to do is just like very explicit clickbait. Like I feel reasonably confident that if you guys see a video of mine, a thumbnail of mine show up on your feed, you're gonna get a sense of like the vibe of the video. But I think well, anyways, so that's the whole context of that. The problem is like I have had private correspondence with Kyle, and we did talk a couple times. I went on his podcast once, and he went on Live and Learn once. Crystal went on Live and Learn once. And so we had privately corresponded, not much, just to be clear, like very limited interactions. And he had uploaded a video one time, I believe. Or no. The conversation that we had when I went on his podcast, it was me and Josiah talking to him and Crystal. And the conversation that we had was not heated at all. At no point. I mean, there were pointed disagreements, but it was not a blood sport. It was very civil. It was like, okay, I hear you. Here's where I disagree with you. Here are my issues with you. I was direct about my criticisms, but I didn't like scream and yell, and it didn't turn into that kind of thing. But Kyle had branded it like, I don't know, something really kind of like explosive debate with a Hutch or something. I don't know what it was, like very like, and it did not bother me, for the record. It did not bother me because I'm aware that there's some element of like, there's always going to be like some kind of clickbait, kind of like just some kind of pepper, right? I felt like that went a little far, but like it didn't bother me. Like I wasn't like, oh God, he needs to fucking, it wasn't. There was no part of me, and I reached out to him and I made a joke about it. I was like, damn, that's some good branding. And then he replied with something like, yeah, bro, it's YouTube. You got to do clickbait. So like, he knows what the fucking game is. You know what I mean? Like, I have these conversations with Aaron, and like, I disagree with her. I don't like personally hate her. I don't know her that well, but I don't have any animosity or ill will or anything like that. I get a little frustrated sometimes with our conversations, but like, we had a conversation a couple days ago, and my YouTube editor titled the video "Heated Debate with a Communist." Even just like the Live and Learn thing, like privately, like it's funny because my editor is also Pisco's editor. So like there are times when me and Pisco have like a big argument. Like if I go to Pisco's channel right now, like this has happened like 5 or 6 times where
like his editor will upload. He didn't do it this week, so his editor will like upload the same exact like conversation but framed differently. You know, like it's like a different video but it's framed differently. It's a mostly the same video. It's like a conversation, right? Maybe he's just actually literally doing the same video. I don't even know. But it'll be branded differently. Maybe on Pisco's channel it's like fuck Hutch, or I don't know what he does, but like whatever. But the point is like it doesn't bother me. You know, like I had the conversation with Josiah a few days ago, and those conversations get heated, but we're never. I've never felt any actual animosity towards Pisco or Josiah or Econoboy. Like we get really fired up, but as soon as the conversation is over, I don't linger in any kind of anger. We're joking with each other like literally 2 seconds afterwards. And you know, we'll make jokes about thumbnails privately as well. And so I thought Kyle understood the game. I mean, I'm shouldn't phrase it that way. He just does understand the game. Privately told me as much, like just straight up said in private, like, hey man, it's YouTube, you got to do a little clickbait, right? I didn't have a fucking problem with it. I don't care. But then I do it and he's just like, I don't know if he's feigning anger. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. But clearly my thumbnail bothered him in a way that his did not bother me. And just because I have a friendly conversation with you, it's like we disagree, but we're friendly. That doesn't mean I'm not going to criticize you, you know, like, and I wouldn't expect that kind of treatment from somebody else. Like if he came out with a video tomorrow where, you know, like he disagreed with something that I said and, you know, put a thumbnail and we were still friendly and it was like a contentious thumbnail, I would not take that personally. I'm sorry, but I just would not. And this whole idea of like, I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. I just don't buy this whole like, come on, man, Trump is in charge now. We got to focus fire on Donald Trump. Coming from Kyle Kulinski. Give me a break. Okay, fine. You're on a new streak where you're focusing, and it's true, like mostly on MAGA. Okay, great. But for 15 years, Kyle, you have been telling your audience that the Democrats are basically the same as Republicans, you know, maybe even worse in many respects. And now you have this new revelation because Donald Trump wins, you know, after you endorsed Jill fucking Stein in May of 2024, and then you want to turn around and be like, bro, you're going to punch left when Donald Trump was president? Like, come on. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm sorry. That is baby shit. She's acting like a fucking baby. I don't know what else to call that. Anyways.
And the other thing is, I really feel like he falls into the same trap as Destiny, where he consistently punches left. And it's like, why? Why are you doing
on the left?
He's center left.
Oh, okay.
So, but in this moment, it's like, no, seriously, you don't get it. Like,
and this is something that Kyle lives and walks every single episode. Like we talk about it all the time. Like sometimes I would like to see, I know Kyle has like deeply held beliefs that he could just rain fucking fire down on some of our enemies, right? And I'm like, bro, if Kyle takes you to the match, you're fucking done, bro. But he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want to be that guy that's like breaking up the left at all. He doesn't want to be the guy that's like,
stop, dude, stop. What are we talking about? I have like 5 recent videos of me reacting to Kyle, you know, attacking Democrats, doing insane equivocations. And he's not that guy, you know. Kyle, he's just like, everybody knows this about Kyle. Like, he never goes after. Well, the thing is like, you know, it's true. Like, he probably never punches left, right? Because that would be, you know, people that more ideologically align with him. So technically, when he's punching towards me or whatever, it's like, or punching towards like Democrats, he's like punching right or what? I don't know. It's stupid logic, right?
oh, this dude had a bad take. Like, let me bring my fucking hammer down on them and be like nuking this guy. He's going to take on the big fucking criminals, the Joe Rogans of the world, the fucking bad guys, the people who want Donald Trump to stay in office and are going to consistently try and keep the fascists in power, that they're going to run cover for the people who are destroying our country and attempting to turn it into a totalitarian regime, right? He is like, guys, I have 2 million subscribers. I'm going to use them all.
Did the Vanguard guys even... I think they voted for Kamala, but did they ever endorse Biden? Like, did they ever get to a point where, like, because we got to like July before Biden dropped out, right? Had they even said they were going to support Biden? Or did they wait until Kamala took over before they announced that they would support her? August, July. I'm just going back here. Hold on. On July 20th, they posted, crazy how many people on the left are falling for the paranoid fear-mongering and lunatic pearl-clutching from AOC and Bernie, who are humiliating themselves to protect Joe Biden. Well, I think this was shortly after the debate, so there was a context there. But if I go back for that, when was the debate? I think it was like July 5th or something like that. On June 29th. Wait, hold on. Actually, the debate was in June. Yeah, it was in June. Hold on. We got to go back to like on June 3rd, 2024, Biden's racism and malicious incompetence will result in a Trump victory. It's Jover. Kiss my ass if you want me to vote for this gremlin. Fuck you guys, bro. Fuck you, man. Now you want to do this thing. Now you want to do this thing where it's like Trump's doing a totalitarian thing and Kyle's only focusing fire on the people that want the fascists to stay in power and won't do anything to meaningfully oppose those, these totalitarian fascists. And when Biden was in the race, still, they were like, fuck you, I'm not voting for him. Fuck you, man. What were you doing a year ago? What were you doing early June to stop a totalitarian fucking wannabe tyrant from winning an election?
To fight Donald Trump. And I admire that and I respect that, even though sometimes it would make our life easier if he was like, I'm going to fucking just kick the shit out of like X, Y, or Z channel that we also have beef with, right? But he 100% walks that walk. He is never the guy that you could accuse of just the Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans. Like, there are a lot of people on the left that I think fall into that trap. Kyle is so far from one of them that it is hysterical to watch.
Am I taking fucking crazy pills here? There was a brief window, there was a brief window of time. There was a brief window of time where Kyle just like on a dime became unreasonably based. And it was like, what the fuck is happening right now? And it all started when he fucking laid into, we should watch the clip because it is just a fucking unbelievably based clip. Where I was like, wow, like this is
in Florida.
Because I was just so used to
George
Kyle
Bush.
doing the lefty populist brain rot shit for years. He just had horrible takes for fucking years. Where's the actual? Here.
I agree with that. Then they did Al Gore to personally, honestly,
down to a Democrat.
Play these. My vote for Joe Biden does nothing to advance like Nathan Roberts in 2008 subsequently more
rigged against third parties, which is why they always. Well, I've said like 2 words in the past 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm not being dismissive about anything. I haven't gotten a fucking word in.
Okay, what is it that you're chomping at the bit?
It's
to
the
say,
structural barriers against running as a third party, as rigged as it is by the DNC against outsider Democrats, which it definitely is. It's even more rigged against third parties, which is why they always get like 3% of the vote.
Which is literally
and
why
Bernie got 43% of the vote.
Which is literally why people feel it is a structural advantage to get someone like Cornel West to 5% of the vote so they can get federal matching funds. To me, as
He'd
a
get
voter,
40% as a Democrat.
For me, as a voter in New York, I'm not in.
Where's the fucking? There's a moment where he just goes off for like 2 minutes.
I'm the only one talking about it, and then I get accused of being a DNC shill. Now, I'm not like, look, I'm not blind. I think in order to be intellectually honest, you have to look at, here's the good things that happen, here's the bad thing that happened. I'm going to give them all to you, and then you could judge how much you value each and which one you weigh more and how that factors into your like voting analysis. But I was like the poster boy back in the day, or people viewed me this way, as like, he's the purity tester. He's like the main purity tester guy. And I didn't vote for Biden in 2020 because I didn't think he would pass my purity test. Now, at the time, people could go back and watch the video. My purity test was super.
Was it here?
Your framing of the student debt issue
is accurate. Yes.
Is precisely what the problem is.
It's not a problem. Look, I am actually discussing.
Okay. Anyways, I for some reason I can't find it. What's the timestamp for when he just goes off for like 2 fucking minutes? It's actually so good. Can't send the boomer Tangia. Oh, I've Tangia. I don't know, man. I feel like we need some serious Tangia reforms. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like we need to fucking rein in Tangia right now. I suppose I should probably turn it on for now because I didn't tell you guys if you're spending money and it's not really fair. Yeah, we got to get rid of like the text to speech Tangia. Just I don't know. Turn it on, I guess. See what we're working with here. Yeah. So anyways, there was a brief window in time where Kyle was like, damn, he's just fucked, bro. It just seems like he really shifted. And, obviously Biden's presidency was not perfect, but he had a lot of significant accomplishments. Significant, man. The perspective I have as a 42-year-old man, who has watched the Democratic Party for the last 25 years. When Biden came into office, he blew my mind, man. He literally blew my mind. I was like, Jesus. Fucking Jesus Christ. I've said this line like 1,000 times. I apologize for repeating myself. If you could transport me now back to 20-year-old me who was just getting into politics and was very similar to like Kyle's politics, right? Just a lot of like anger and sorry, my editor just Okay. If you would have gone back and told me, okay, in 2020, you guys are going to elect a guy who is going to codify gay marriage. Nobody ever talks about that. Going to codify gay marriage. Do you guys realize if they get rid of Dobbs, that because of the bill that Joe Biden signed into law, there can be individual states who ban gay marriage themselves, but because of what Joe Biden signed into law, and I don't remember the name of the bill, you can go out of state, get married, and then come back into the state that you live in, and they have to recognize your marriage. If they get rid of Obergefell, if they get rid of Obergefell, and then individual states decide they want to ban gay marriage, because of a bill that Joe Biden signed into law, he has ensured, it's not ideal to travel out of a state, and it's discriminatory, and it's, awful that a state would force a gay couple to, go out of state. That's a pain in the ass to go get a marriage license, right? But
because of Joe Biden, the states cannot ignore the validity of a gay marriage, as long as the certificate was granted in a state that allows gay marriage. If you would have told me that we're going to elect a president who's going to do literal fucking historic investment in climate, if you told me we're going to elect a president who's going to break 40 years of neoliberal precedent, he was the first like mostly non-neoliberal president. If you told me we were going to elect a president who's going to walk on a picket line with people that were striking for the first time ever, a president, if you told me that we're going to elect a president who talked very publicly about trans issues, it's a president that pulled us out of a war that we would be bogged down in for 20 years. A president that was going to basically end the drone program. President who was going to use executive authority to forgive student loan debt for like 4 to 5 million people. I would have lost my mind. I wouldn't have been able to imagine it back then, because it was like, you know, I looked around at the state of things and I was like, fuck, man, we are so fucked right now. I was so depressed back then. And that's just the perspective I have. And that's like one of the reasons why I feel the way I do about Democrats, because I'm not just judging them in a vacuum. I'm judging them in the context of the 21st century. And, you know, so anyways, I forgot where I was going with that. I don't know. Kyle was speaking to that, you know, in that clip of him having a conversation with Brianna Joy Gray. He was channeling that same energy. And I was like, that was the first time I saw Kyle in a clip of his where I was like, that is like exactly the energy that we need right now. And it was such a brief window in time, because October 7th happened and all that shit popped off. And then they started doing the thing where it's like, I can't in good conscience, you know, endorse Joe Biden. It's like, okay. I guess all that other shit went right out the window. I mean, I understand Israel Gaza was horrifying death toll. I get it. I really do. I get it. But he just obviously he just still didn't learn the lesson by then. And now after Donald Trump has won a second time, now he's learned that lesson, and just now that gives him the right to turn around and say, well, you shouldn't like finger wag and be like, you shouldn't criticize me because you should be focusing on Trump. It's like, bro, I focus on people that I think are helping Republicans at the end of the day. That's what I mean. What do you mean by neoliberal precedent? Also, neoliberalism is based. Well, starting with Reagan, it was kicked off 40 years of neoliberal politics. It's much more emphasis on free market than like direct government programs. And then Biden came in and passes ARP, which was like, you know, the most significant domestic stimulus program in fucking decades, you know? And it's a bad word, right? Like neoliberal is like a slur, you know? I look at it kind of neutrally, right? You know, if somebody tells me they're a neoliberal, I'd be like, great, let's get into it. Tell me why you like that, and just whatever. And it doesn't make me feel like, not a slur in my mind. I don't view it as a pejorative. Maybe that's where there's some confusion here. I'm not saying neoliberalism is like inherently bad. I'm much more in the camp of like social democracy.
Hutch literally die on that hill.
And it's funny too, because
wait, what hill did I die on again?
Channel that we also have beef with, right? But he 100% walks that walk. He is never the guy that you could accuse of just the Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans. Like, there are a lot of people on the left that I think fall into that trap. Kyle is so far from one of them that it is hysterical to watch Hutch literally die on that hill.
And it's funny too, because Kyle's actually been critical of his past self for at some points espousing talking points that are similar to that. What Hutch attempted to paint his talking point as being in the modern era, because there was a point where Kyle said, you know, he wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden. He didn't vote for Joe Biden. I think he sat that election out. Like, he thought the Green Party was unserious. But like, you know, if that
he endorsed Jill Stein in May of 2024. Okay. I'm happy that he has evolved. Genuinely, I am happy that he has evolved. That was just a year ago, bro. That was like a year and a half ago, okay? That wasn't that long ago, all right? He endorsed Jill Stein in 2024, in May of 2024, okay?
That commentary from Hutch had come circa 2020. At least it could have been like, an actual conversation to be had.
Sure.
But you're right. Kyle is very much so moved beyond that mentality in this era, 5 years later, as have a lot of us, to be quite honest.
Dude,
I feel like, our show has also gone through a somewhat similar evolution as we kind of.
No, excuse me. These guys are fine. Are you kidding me, bro? Come on. You're like, Donald Trump's numbers went down. He started doing crazy shit. Everybody was so fucking afraid. If I go back to right after the election, am I going to find thumbnails of like, Democrats are fucking totally cooked, man? Let me see. Hold on. When was the election? 11 months ago. Well, for a hot second, it seems like anti-TYT videos roughly accounted for 95% of their output. They found their niche with like railing on the Young Turks and trying to just get a sense of their content output. That does seem to be a very high percentage of their output at a certain point. Like, look at this. Hold on. This is from like, says like 9 months ago. And just of what is on the screen here, right? There's 1, 2, 3. No. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10. So 10 out of the 16 videos here. So not 95% or whatever. But the reason why you're seeing so many big podcast bros change their tune and start kind of criticizing Trump a little bit is because his numbers went down. His fucking numbers went down. And now, he's, you're jumping on a bandwagon, okay? I've been hating on fucking Trump for 9 years, bro. I am an old school, thoroughly consistent Trump hater for the last 9 years. And Democrats are out of power now, right? So it's hard to criticize them these days, or harder. I shouldn't say it's hard to criticize, but there's less opportunity to criticize them because they're not in power, right? Like they were in power before, and they were doing all the Israel stuff was happening, and so that was a really, really salient attack that you could just do basically every day, and I feel like they probably fucking did. And they're presenting it as like, yeah, even we've evolved. It's like, well, no, Donald Trump became like very unpopular again. And now you're bashing on him. Like, okay, like we're calling that evolution. What are these guys going to be saying in 2028 if the nominee ends up being, and it's probably going to be a moderate? Like, what are these guys going to be saying? Let's check back on their evolution 3 years from now. Somebody bookmark this. I need like Siri, remind me in 3 years. I want to see where their evolution is at, like if we have a nominee, like Amy Klobuchar is the nominee for whatever reason. Are they going to be like, you know what, guys, we need to fucking vote for her? Fucking doubtful, bro. I really, really would not feel comfortable putting money on that.
Realize that, like, there's one thing to that edgy kind of energy where it's like, fuck the Democrats, they're just as bad. But, once you're in the thick of a fucking fascist takeover, you start to mature a little bit.
Great. Hey, listen, I'm happy for you, but some of us were pleading with your kind, with your ilk. Some of us were literally pleading with you guys in 2016, 2018, in 2020, in 2022, in 2024. We were begging you guys to take this shit seriously. Like, hold on. Now I'm curious. Like, now I want to go back to the debate that we had. This debate was so.
I will check the f***ing tapes on this. I can't wait to find records of you saying, "Oh yeah."
This debate was so stupid, man.
Trump's going to get Mike Johnson president, can theoretically bully a party. I want you to
clarify
address
what
that.
my position is, just because I think we're
A.
splitting. I think you guys are splitting hairs.
This whole thing here, remember, this whole thing was them saying that Biden was a weak, feckless, ineffective leader. Talking about a guy who had literally the most impressive legislative track record of any modern history, or of any modern president. The scale of what Obama did was more with the ACA, because he had 60 votes to work with, very briefly. And Biden had no margin of error, literally no margin of error in the Senate. And that girthy, wienered, fucking demented old man still got so many bills over the finish line.
Here, right? Because I think that it's fair to address what Hutch is saying, right? Which is the fact that Joe Manchin might say, "F you, then I am eat a bag of dicks," and go. But here's the thing: the American people are tired of getting crumbs, right? They already expect you to kind of be like, okay.
Like, what is this argument, by the way? I'm saying that there are reasonable limitations that any reasonable person would recognize that Biden was working with when he was president. There were just obvious limitations. And, you know, we had spent the previous 20 minutes or whatever, you know, arguing that. And I'm making the case that, like, he actually got a lot of shit done. And I don't feel like you're properly appreciating it. Like, I don't think you fully appreciate that, you know? I think you are massively underselling, like, what he got done. And I just think it's so telling. Like, his argument here is like, look, you know,
the Republican splitting. I think you guys are splitting hairs here, right? Because I think that it's fair to address what Hutch is saying, right? Which is the fact that Joe Manchin might say, "F you, then I am eat a bag of dicks," and go.
You know, it's fair of Hutch to point out that Joe Manchin had a lot of leverage, but, and then his but is like, the American people are just tired of this. How does that change what I said at all? You know?
But here's the thing: the American people are tired of getting crumbs, right? They already expect you to kind of be like, okay, the Republicans beat us, blah, blah, blah. You have to find a way to win. So you get on, say you get on your infrastructure bill, right? You get Joe Manchin doesn't vote for it. Do you not see what Donald Trump has proven that you can do without Congress? You say, guys, give me 2 more years. Okay, or however long Joe Manchin had left. He's, I guess, you know.
But you know what I mean? Like, the argument is just like, it's fucking, sorry, I'm going to say it. It's just Green Lantern shit, right? It's just like, yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying. In a 50-50 Senate, Joe Manchin had a lot of leverage. I get everything you're saying is right. But, you know, just figure it out, bro. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, we need more people. And I know this is why I'm never going to run a political campaign. You should not hire me to run your campaign. I just want to be absolutely certain about this. I want to be clear about this. I want to just put this out there. Do not hire me to run your campaign. I am not good at messaging. I am not good at figuring out a way to talk to voters and meet them where they're at. I can talk about the importance of doing that, but I'm not good at that, okay? Because here's what I'm about to say, all right? We need more people out there that will just straightforwardly tell people, you are not going to get everything you want. It is not going to happen. It cannot happen. It's not possible right now. You need to put that on the back burner. You need to work at that for years or maybe even decades. But you can't get the thing that you want right now. Isn't going to happen. Stop asking for it. It's dumb. Like, we need more people out there literally telling people, scale it down a bit. Yeah, here's my inspiring political message, okay? And I'm not even kidding. It sounds like a joke, but I'm not even kidding, right? Like, here's my unironic advice for people that are getting into American politics, okay? Expect less. Scale your expectations down. Better things. I shouldn't phrase it like that, okay? The things you want are not possible right now. So stop talking about it right now. Stop, or rather, you don't need to stop talking about it, but like, stop demanding it right now. Because you're just confusing people. Hutch 2028. My campaign would be not today. Which could, you know what? I support it because like that could be a good thing or a bad thing, right? Like a Republican may win in this political race, but not today. Or it could mean we could give everybody health care in the country, but not today. You know, there's a lot of different ways you could apply that. Yeah, we should take it further. Not today and probably not tomorrow. But I am actually so serious right now. I'm not kidding. It's not a joke. I'm not kidding. And this is a lesson in life that applies to so many things like outside of politics. You know what I mean? You can apply this in your relationship. And it's not about like lowering your standards to the point where you're not getting treated the way that you deserve to be treated. Even in a relationship. How many of you guys are in long-term relationships? Okay. Just sound off in the chat. Like, raise your hand. How many of you guys are in long-term relationships? We got 9 years. People are married. Okay, we got some people. So 12 years, 22 years, 9 years, 20 plus, almost 20 years, 30 years. My God. Okay. I am about to say something that everybody who's ever been in a long-term, like successful relationship, but sometimes you're in 10-year relationships and some people, you're toxic as fuck, right? Like, but that's not what I'm talking about here. In a relationship, one of the things that's going to make your relationship stronger is if you expect less. Let me explain, because I know that sounds bad, but let me explain. I think a better way to put this is accepting your partner for who they are is going to make you a lot happier. I think, and I'll just speak for myself, although maybe some of you guys will understand what I'm talking about or had the same experience. When I was young, I was always trying to like fix people. You know what I mean? Like, you get together with them and you're dating them, and the beginning is like, you know, especially when you're young, it's just like fucking pheromones are everywhere and hormones are going nuts and you're fucking like jackrabbits, you know, like 2-3 times a day. And just, oh, that just early fucking relationship pink cloud when you're young, like, you know, good times. And then I would reach a point where like all of a sudden that glow starts to fade a little bit. And when the glow fades a little bit, your partner's flaws start to become more and more apparent. You know, maybe you miss the fact that they can be quite defensive or impulsive or ... Maybe you just didn't catch on to that in the beginning because you're just like fucking like jackrabbits in the beginning and just everything is great. You're perfect. I wouldn't change a thing about you. And then 2 months later, you're like, ooh, fuck, I don't like that. You know, like there's like little things that start to emerge and you're like, oh, you need to work on that. Honestly, you need to work on that. And here, I'm going to help you by pointing out your flaws. That shit, I did that shit. I'm just telling you guys. I did that shit a lot. I was a difficult person to be with, I think, when I was young. And people did it to me, you know, it goes both ways. But and then the longer you're in a relationship, and if you can survive like the first like 5 years, you know, like you probably have found a way to make your peace with your partner's shortcomings or their flaws or whatever. All this to say, and this is kind of like a Buddhistic kind of take on life, but like the amount of disappointment in your life is directly corollary with the amount of expectations that you have. That's the truth. There are some things where it's reasonable to expect that certain things are going to happen. It's reasonable to expect that the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Eventually, at some point in the day, you're going to get hungry and you're going to need to go to the bathroom. Okay, right? These are reasonable expectations, okay? But as soon as you start putting your expectations on other people, you know, you identify certain flaws and you're like, okay, over time, they're going to work on those flaws and then the flaws are not going to be there anymore, you know, and it's going to be better. If you start putting those kind of expectations on people, you're gonna be disappointed. You're gonna be overly critical, and the relationship is probably not gonna be great. But and you don't have to love your partner's flaws. I have flaws. I'm very absent-minded. I feel like you guys know this about me, okay? Esme is very patient with me, okay? Very patient. Sometimes when I space on things, it irritates her, and rightfully so. But she's gotten a little bit better about, like, you know what? He kind of is the way that he is. Or like, if you have other family members, you know, like parents, you're going to get along so much better with your parents. If you just, I have people come into my chat, not so much these days, but they used to come in a lot, and they were like, how do I change my MAGA parents' minds? Hutch, I have a MAGA parent. How do I change their minds? And what do I say every time? Don't even try. Don't even try. It is overwhelmingly the case that you're not going to change their minds. Just not going to happen. Probably not going to happen. Okay, maybe it happens sometimes, but mostly no. Right? And it's the same thing with like politics, man. It's like, keep your expectations in check with reality. So Biden is running in 2024. Most of the pollsters think that the chance of the Dems getting a full trifecta is like around like 20%. House is looking pretty good. Presidency's looking pretty good. Senate, little dodgy. And so conventional wisdom at the time was that Biden was going to win with control of the House and Republicans in control of the Senate. And in the context of the last 4 years of Trump, I kind of made peace with that. You know, I was just like, you know what? I will fucking take that. I will be happy with that. All right. The people of, you know, if the people of Georgia decide that they don't want to help elect Warnock and Ossoff, whatever, not ideal, but I will take that. All right. And then they win both of their runoffs. And now we have a trifecta. And I'm like, wow. Didn't see that one coming. And so then I adjusted my expectations, but I never expected a public option, never expected Medicare for all, never expected reparations or just like whatever, you know, like I attuned my expectations. These guys don't do that. They don't do that. They don't care about that. They don't care about the specifics. They don't care about the congressional makeup. They don't care about civics and the constitutional authority that is vested in the Congress versus the presidency versus the fucking judicial system. They don't care. It's just majority equals Medicare for all. Therefore, no Medicare for all equals fecklessness and weakness. They just don't care about any of that. It's just, I expect you to do something that you can't do. And then when you don't do it, fuck you, you're weak. That's their whole fucking philosophy. Expectations are good if you use them in a healthy way. Political expectations make you get more involved locally in politics and push for change in your community. Okay. I agree with you within certain parameters, because a big part of my politics, and I think this should apply to anyone, like anybody getting into politics and starting to become engaged, I think it is really important to be optimistic. To choose to be optimistic. And what I mean by that is you choose to believe that better things are possible in the long run. My parents are Hassan fans. How do I change their minds? Ooh, what a curveball.
reasonable optimism, I think that's a good way to describe it. Yeah. You have to believe that better things are possible. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point? If I didn't believe that better things were possible, I would not be spending my time talking about politics. There's so many other things I could be doing with my time. Masturbating, video games, just things that give me pleasure, you know, like we finally got a sponsor, you guys. Speaking of which, I gotta tell Mr. Editor Man, he's got to do some extra work, I think. We finally got a sponsor. We're gonna start lining up some sponsors for the YouTube videos. If I didn't think that better things were possible, there's no point in talking about this shit, you guys. There's no point in talking about politics, no point in voting, you know. Just check the fuck out, you know? Just fully commit to the nihilism. Just fully commit to it. It's justified. Justified to be nihilistic and hedonistic if you really don't think that things are going to get better. So that's fine. You say that expectations can be healthy when it comes to politics. Like, you have to have some aspirational goals, right? Like, I don't want to maintain the status quo. Like, I want things to get better across multiple sectors: education, climate, wealth disparity. I want those things to get better. But the ability to separate, like that stuff, I think is much more relevant when you're in election season, you know? 5 months before an election, right? Campaigns are all in high gear, and, you know, that's when you're like, okay, you know, like, let's just try to make the best shit ever, you know? Let's just try to make the best Congress ever, or rather, the best Congress that we can make. Let's just really try to get as many seats as we can. And then you get those seats, right? And then it's less about political pressure at that point. You can still pressure politicians when they're sitting in Congress to do things, and you should do that, right? But like, once the dust settles and you're like, okay, what am I left with? All right, it's a 50-50 Senate, you know? At that point, you need to ask yourself, like, all right, what is it reasonable for me to push for? What should I spend my time pushing for? Should I spend my time pushing for a public option when we don't, when we need 60 votes and we have 50 seats in the Senate? Should I spend a lot of time pushing for a public option? Probably not. I don't see the value in that. What's the point of that? Why? You're on a ticking clock, man. Fucking legislation takes weeks or months to get over the finish line. You can only get so many things done. Okay? And then 2 years from now, you're probably going to lose the majority. That's just historical precedent. And then, so most presidents, you got like 2 years to act on your agenda. And just catching up on the stream and saw the 1919 on Plattner. Never mind, my last take on it was indeed an L. Going to take years to improve the Democratic Party. Yeah, I keep hearing this thing, and I was very critical of Destiny's take yesterday. We reacted to a video for like 8 hours. He kept on saying this thing where he kept on saying, like, you know, Democrats are talking about like pieces on a chessboard and, you know, waiting for the right time. Meanwhile, Republicans are just fucking doing shit. And it's like, first of all, that's a very flawed way of looking at things, because you're not, I think you're just really not accurately describing it's much more complex. But you also have to consider, like, the Republicans, they spent fucking decades, you guys. You guys understand? They were hatching plans in the fucking 80s and the 90s for how to reshape the judiciary. And they just grinded and grinded and grinded and grinded and grinded for literal decades. Grinded and grinded and grinded. And now look at this shit, man. They're like, fuck, 6-3 conservative Supreme Court. We got the federal judiciary stacked with Heritage Foundation picks. They did have a long-term plan. They worked at that long-term plan for decades, and it bore fruit. Boy, did it fucking bear fruit. Bore fruit. Boar? Is that the
preterite? I don't even. What are words even? How do you conjugate that? You know, like, I don't know. Let's talk about like right now. Like, what do you guys think are like what would you guys say are the most immediate goals for the Democratic Party? You know, let's just spitball, right? We're out of power. Obviously, probably shouldn't be having a conversation about like Medicare for all right now. Like, what are we doing right now? What should be the immediate short-term goals of the Democratic Party? What do you guys think? I think there's a very straightforward answer here, but and I mean national politics, midterms. There you go, midterms. In a way, you know, the Democratic Party, there's a bit of clarity right now, right? Like, when you're working towards power and you actually have a path to power and you can see that path and things are possible, right? You know, it's like you're looking at a possible range of like probably going to end up in the neighborhood of like a 5 to 15 seat majority, right? And then you can start thinking about like, well, what's possible then? But right now, the purpose of the Democratic Party, there's such a clarity because it's just so straightforward. It's just the short-term goal right now in terms of national Democrats. Of course, state-level Democrats, they've got their own sets of priorities. That's a separate conversation. You got the New York City mayoral race, obviously, and all that. But like for national politics, it's just about like, we just need to win as many seats as possible. And then once you do that, it's like, then you can start having a conversation about like quite frankly, I don't like, people are complaining about the Democratic Party. Like, what's your platform? Like, I don't know I don't really care about that right now. Like, we're going to have that conversation after the midterms. And when we start getting closer to 2028, more will be revealed. Like, it's ultimately up to the voters, right? Like, if the voters decide that, boom, left-wing Tea Party, there's a massive wave of progressive candidates, and it's just like, well, the platform is going to look radically different than what you might expect now in this moment. That's going to impact how the policy platform will materialize. But we won't know until that happens, right? Like, we need to get closer to that to have a better sense of what the voters want. Like, that's what we're going to let the voters like decide what they want from the Democratic Party. The frustration with progressives blaming Dems instead of Republicans who vote against us with 1 or 2 Dems is that it ignores the obvious answer, elect more Democrats. That's exactly right. That's right. Yeah. What did the Dems do for us? Is such a stupid fucking thing. Like, if we're talking about, we didn't get a $15 an hour minimum wage. The Dems fucking failed us. And you look at the vote count and it's like, you know, 48 Dems would have voted for that, and then 2 Dems and 50 Republicans voted against it. And the lesson that these fucking dipshits derive from that is like, the entire Democratic Party fucking sucks, bro. They just fucking do it, you know?
Kyle has. So to not give him that due, come on, give him credit. Hutch, he's literally come to the position that you wanted him to. And again, it's one that I agree with.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, I think that there was a safe and effective way to challenge the Democrats while they were in power, and also to, you know, really voice critique of the way that they handled the primary process in 2016 and 2020, which I think a lot of us were doing. But as Kyle mentioned in this exact clip we're watching, it's like right now in 2025, the rubber has met the road, and it's like you're either on one team or you're on the fucking other. Yep. And make up your.
This just doesn't quite capture the dynamic. I mean, there's always tension going on in the Democratic Party, right? Like, right now, people are kind of moving their pieces. There's a board, right? Like, and people are moving their pieces. And I'm talking about within the Democratic Party, the whole thing, right? Like, there's a power vacuum. And there are different forces, not even just 2 groups, right? You know, progressives and moderates. It's like there's all kinds of different forces that are vying for power, you know? Newsom positioning himself quite well, right? AOC and Bernie are clearly making a move there. Is she going to run for the Senate? Is she going to run for president? I don't know, but he's very obviously trying to position her to ascend to higher office, some kind, right? And then you got, like Pritzker, right? Like Pritzker's out there. He's got a really aggressive media schedule. And, I think very clearly he's thinking about a run, right? And so like there's a tension. Which, tension alone is fine within a party. That's fine. That's democracy. We have a big tent, but we're not going to not fight. Like, we're not going to not disagree on stuff. All right? It's normal. Whatever. Shouldn't fucking lose our shit because of it. But like, he's saying like, come on, bro. Like, he's saying like, essentially like, come on, bro. Come on, guy. Like the Trump South Park thing. Like, he's saying, come on, we're all on the same team, bro. It's like, well, we're not, we're just, we're not. That's not how this works, right? If we go to their Twitter feed, like, what are they mostly tweeting about? Like, bro, come on. This is 2 days ago. 2 days ago, man. It's fucking 2 days ago. What happened to Donald Trump's in office, bro? Why don't you just talk about Donald Trump? Why the fuck are you tweeting about like criticism of Barack Obama, like a building that's like not even fully built? I thought Donald Trump was president. Why are you talking about Obama, right? These guys are so full of shit. Like they're throwing a standard out there and saying, you got to follow the standard. Don't punch left. And then you go to their fucking Twitter feed and it's like, I keep scrolling. What am I going to find here? Anti Cory Booker. Cory Booker. Cory Booker. I almost said Cory Booker. They know what's up. Like there's a tension here. There's a fight going on. Okay. I have my opinion about who I think should be leading the Democratic Party, and it does not involve these guys and their movement. I don't trust them. Don't trust them. Don't trust their judgment. I don't trust their instincts. I think their arguments are fucking stupid. I think that they're just a recipe for fucking disaster. Just staggering incompetence. Just wildly disproportionate expectations in line with reality. They're just a mess. Ninja Ghost with 22 months. What games have you been playing lately? I am looking forward to The Outer Worlds 2. I did not play the first one because I felt like the graphics were too dated. Like I tried playing it a little bit, like a couple years ago, and I was like, I didn't buy a fucking beefy PC to play a game with, dated graphics. But so that's made by Obsidian. I know a lot of people really like The Outer Worlds, but I just look too dated. And Outer Worlds 2 looks really good. It's an Unreal 5 game, which has problems. Like Unreal 5 games, they just stutter. It's kind of, not great. Like Borderlands 4, I think, is an Unreal 5 game. And there's some stuttering problems with that game sometimes. And Oblivion Remastered, that game has some it has to load all the shaders, but it loads the shaders in the background as you're playing the game. And so there'll be like 5 to 10 minutes where the game is just running like shit. And they don't really like tell players this. So you're like, what's going on with my game? But anyways, Outer Worlds 2 comes out early access in 2 days. And then, so I'm playing Avowed right now, which apparently that game is divisive, but I think Avowed is fun. I think that game is really fun. It's just fun fantasy game. Pretty good graphics. The trailers made the graphics look a lot better than they actually are, but Infallible Foul, Hutch's chat. Did you know that Trump is trying to steal $230 million in taxpayer money? I figured somebody should tell you. You know what, buddy? Ooh. What do I want to do with you right now? You know what? This is me practicing restraint. We talked about that yesterday, by the way. Okay. All right, hold on. Somebody should tell you because you're punching left too much. I'm just so done with you guys. Keep your eye on the ball. Why are you in my chat complaining about what I'm doing? Donald Trump is president, you know. How do I do this? Hold on. Am I a big boy? Did that work? Okay, there you go. We're going to do a week-long timeout for you, buddy. Somebody should tell you what Trump is doing, because Hutch doesn't. Continue the fight and team up with Rashad Crenshaw. I'm not sure who that is. This is lit. Wait, it didn't work. I timed him out and he's still fucking talking. How does that work? Oh God, I fucked up. Can't even do that right. Well, that didn't land in the way that I wanted it to. There's no way to make him be quiet. I've known him for years. It's just, listen, it is what it is. If you believe as I believe, and I really believe this, there are destructive, counterproductive forces on the left, then that is something that is worth addressing. And for me personally, it's more interesting. Look, I don't know what to tell you guys besides I am so fucking bored of MAGA and conservatives. I've run out of outrage. You know, it's not that I don't care about what they're doing. It's not that I don't care about what they're doing, or I think that it's important to talk. We talk about MAGA constantly on the stream, but I'm just so, it used to be shocking. You know what I mean? Like, it used to be shocking. Like Donald Trump would put out some fucking insane tweet, and it's like, oh my God, did you guys see that? What the fuck? You know? And I'm at a point now where I'm like, this fucking guy. And I think he wants people like me to be in a constant state of exhaustion. I think he really does want people like me to get burnt out. And I'm just not going to do it. Fuck off. Okay. You're going to be in power for the next 3 years. Okay. They legitimately want you just outraged all the time. And if you just don't do it, then you kind of take away a lot of their power, bro. Which doesn't mean like don't stick up for people or don't, you know, take a stand for anything or don't call out stuff that is bad. And that's not that, but like you can choose to just not let these motherfuckers trigger you. Might be difficult sometimes. I'm not perfect at it. I still get triggered sometimes, but you really can kind of just like, great. It's great. An AI video of him dropping shit on Harry Sisson. Fine. You know, that's where I'm at. I'm like Keanu Reeves with it. Just like, okay. if that's what you want to do. I'm not going to get upset about that. I'm not going to get pissed off about that. It is beneath the office of the president. I'm just not going to do it. It's just I feel like you're giving them what they want when you do that, right? Thoughts on the ICE raids? That's a bit different. You see the ICE raids and it's like, that is shocking stuff. Okay, we're halfway through this video, guys. Let's go.
For mine, are you Team Trump, which is team sitting out the fucking, calling out Donald Trump, pretending like he's just as bad as Democrats would be? Or are you on the side of sane people who love their country and want to see Donald Trump defeated?
Yeah, exactly. But this is good stuff, Kyle.
They want to see Trump defeated and they just couldn't, they were saying in June of 2024, I refuse to vote for Joe Biden. There's a record of the shit that you say, man. Like, at least delete your old tweets or, delete the old videos, Just mass delete your tweets. I wouldn't know. I would have to just speculate like, okay, maybe they did support Joe Biden at the time and took the threat of Trump seriously. But it's the internet, man. Like, you're going to lecture me about like, do you know how bad Trump is? Me? This guy here?
Is you're right. He's usually not that messy. He doesn't usually like to directly kind of get in the gutter like that or start any beef or respond to anyone like Hutch calling him out. So that's pretty funny.
Yeah, shout out to whoever emailed us about this. And I think there's a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's over. I'm excited to see what he says next, but I'm just glad that he's, willing to be honest about Hutch, because obviously if you guys watch the show, you know how annoyed we've been with Hutch since basically he started talking about politics. Dude used to be like a Call of Duty live streamer, and then he decided to become like the biggest Joe Biden simp and all this stuff. It was cringe.
You're bartenders, like, no disrespect to bartenders, that's not my point, but it's like, oh, he went from being a bartender and then got it, or he went from playing Call of Duty, which has like a player base of over 100 million people, right? Like it's like more than most countries. And you're like, who is this guy? He used to play Call of Duty and now he's talking about politics. Like, bro, do you have a master's in political science? Like, who are you to question me getting into politics? Like, what is your background here? Like, how is bartending relevant to political discourse? I truly did not mean that as like a dig on bartenders. I'm just saying, like, it's like you can't question my lateral shift when you're not, a political science degree haver or something like that. It's so funny too, man, because these guys like when they came on the podcast, man, I was like, okay, how do I want to play this here? And I decided, and this is usually what I do. This is what I'm inclined to do. All right. I don't enjoy the physical experience of being angry. It's an unpleasant experience for me. I don't like getting worked up. I don't like that. I really don't like it. And so when I can, I avoid it, right? And so like when these guys came on the podcast, the context was they were talking fucking hella shit. Like they were going hard, bro. They were going hard, man. I had a lip ring in at the time because, God forbid my human female partner who I have sexual relationship with, told me I looked attractive with a fucking lip ring. And I was like, you know what, honey, just for you. And then he had a fucking nose ring at the time. And he's like, this guy has a lip ring. What's up with that? And he had a nose ring, like they were going like that. They were being like petty and doing personal attacks and stuff. And I was like, come on the podcast, let's go. Right. And then they show up and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna adapt. I'm gonna see what kind of energy they bring. And I think I opened the conversation kind of like making a joke about the beef, I think I might have made like a lip ring joke or something. And these guys were so sheepish when we had a one-to-one conversation. Just kind of like trembly kind of voice. very just not confident in the arguments that they were making. And I'm getting into fucking fight mode and fucking, you know. It was so radically different. And they make these videos and they're like, these guys, they take it like so far, like with the critique. Like when I go after, I'd like to think, you know, even when I'm critiquing like Kyle Kalinske, I'm very focused on the stuff that he's saying. And these guys are doing all this thing where it's like, everybody hates him. And, you know, like everybody knows this guy's a clown, like that stuff, right?
Yeah, we bullied him into taking out his lip ring though. So you're welcome if you listen to that guy.
Straight up.
I didn't even take the lip ring out until like months afterwards. I took it out on my terms.
We're watching Trump bomb random fishing boats off the coast of Venezuela, round people up and put them in concentration camps, crypto scam his own fucking supporters. Like it's here. It's here. The fucking ICE agents are assaulting elderly couples. What are we doing?
Yeah,
fighting each other. Like, what are we fucking doing? And like for me to sit down with him and have a navel-gazing conversation about, oh, we're inter-left fighting, and I think you're right about this and wrong about this. It's like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
If you go look at my channel, my guns are.
What's the point? I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty important conversation to have, right? Like, what is the direction of the party going to be moving forward? Like, how does the Democratic Party adapt to this new era of Trump? What kind of Democratic Party should we be pushing for? Both in terms of how to effectively be a foil to the Trump administration, while also having eyes forward to the future of, you know, like there's going to be a post-Trump era and going to be a Democratic president again someday. And that seems like a really important conversation to have, right? Click Badger's link. We just sat down with Graham Plattner to talk about his previous online comments and then now infamous tattoo. He gave us a first look at the cover-up tattoo and spoke candidly. No, yeah, we saw this. He just took his shirt off in the middle of an interview. I want to see what is on that right arm, that tattoo. We just can't get it like a clear. There's just like a funny thing going on with the 1919 situation here. That's a little fucking weird. It looks like the 1919 tat is part of a trail maintenance thing. Oh. What is this? TFC tattoo established 1919. Can't confirm that the image is him. It looks like him. It definitely looks like him, right? What is TFC? What is that? What is that? Thick fucking cock? Is that what it is? This looks like a butt cheek down here. Butt cheek with a pimple is what it looks like. Team Fortress Classic? No, hold on. What does it mean? What is it? The Fire Crew? I don't know what this is. Okay, alright. Listen, fair enough. We got more context. If this is, I mean, it looks like it, right? It looks like this is a tattoo. That's just really unfortunate to have 1919 6 inches away from a Nazi tattoo. I don't know. Oh, brother, Dems can't get out of their own way. What did you have? What did you find here? Illinois Senate Black Caucus has a warning for Hakeem Jeffries and Dems pushing redistricting. It won't back any map that dilutes the black vote in any historically black district. There's a Hassan crash out. Wait, what's going on? We always love a good crash out. What are you talking about? Link it. I don't know what you're talking about. Play the Hassan clip. Oh, I see. Yeah. Fuck liberals. Fuck socialism. Yeah. I see what you're saying. All right. I thought you were saying there was a new crash out. I don't know. This idea of like
The point is to sit down with him and have a navel-gazing conversation about, oh, we're inter-left fighting, and I think you're right about this and wrong about this. It's like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah.
If you go look at my channel, my guns are pointed squarely at the right. 90 to 95% of my videos are going after the fucking fascists for being fucking fascists. And the only 5 or 10% where I deviate from that is to make very clear that there's somebody who's supposed to be on our side who's just objectively hurting our side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, but 95% of the time, I'm fucking spitting fire in the right direction. And that's
Also, shout out to OKLOL for asking this super chat question of Kyle. Good to see you.
Wait, what the fuck? Aren't you in my chat? Am I crazy? Isn't OKLOL in my chat right now and on the YouTube thing? Am I hallucinating? I swear to God that you are. You're fucking in my chat. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'd like to live and learn, but now that Josiah's left, I'm not as interested. Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
See you in our chat as well.
Oh yeah, shout out to you, bro.
just not the sense I get from him at all. In
Yeah.
fact, I saw him with that fucking title or thumbnail that was implying that I was just saying some both side shit. I was low-key, I was furious. And I don't really get furious like that, but I was furious because I was like, I've tried so hard to make this point so fucking clear, and to just have somebody strawman me like that, I was like, fuck this. No way. So anyway, I'm really not interested in that.
Listen, he's kind of being a big baby. I don't know what to tell you. Being a baby about clickbait, like clickbaity thumbnails, really? I don't know. Okay. I think the whole thing is bullshit. I think the whole thing is like a shield. He's trying to, he has this new evolution, and now he's just like, come on, guys, let's all get on the same team. It's like, how do you think this is going to work, by the way?
He can have fun with this clip if he'd like to have fun with it. But I'll be
sorry, Kyle. You're welcome. It's actually going to be us having fun with it, and I don't think Hutch is going to like what he sees.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal, and
I don't know what is their expectation here. Is Sliwa anti-Semitic? I don't know. Yeah, I am clearly devastated by Kyle Kalinski's video. They're like, like
I think
but I'll be
sorry, Kyle. You're welcome. It's actually going to be us having fun with it, and I don't think Hutch is going to like what he sees.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal, and I think it does tell you a lot about Kyle. That
well, I'm a grown up, like I'm a big boy. And I gotta be honest with you, the clip from Kyle did not make me furious. Just, okay. It is what it is. I have like pretty direct criticisms of people, and I'm gonna share those criticisms. And if they disagree with those criticisms, it is what it is. Republican mayoral candidate Curtis Sliwa is under major fire. Calls for him to drop out of the race are increasing after a video of him spewing anti-Semitic rhetoric surfaces. Wait, I can't click on this video. You're going to get me banned. Are you trying to get me banned? Who linked that? I see what you're trying to do here. Sliwa made the derogatory remarks about New York's Jewish community in 2018, claiming they study Torah and Talmud all day. All they do is make babies like there's no tomorrow. Sliwa went on with his anti-Semitic rant, saying they don't vote the way normal Americans vote. They're being told by their rabbi, this is who you vote for, like Iran or Saudi Arabia. Well, that's not great.
I haven't cried like that since Titanic.
How many of you guys went and saw Titanic in theaters when they brought it back to take the #1 spot from fucking Avengers again or something?
But he actually does take something like that personally. He actually really does mean what he says. You know, so many people, they just kind of say shit, you know, whatever their audience wants to hear, or like, you know, whatever, and they don't, it doesn't really matter. Like Kyle actually does.
Yeah, that's me. That's me, all right. There's one thing you guys know about me is I'm always confirming your priors and never saying anything that you guys disagree with. I pander to you guys like no other streamer on either platform.
Mean what he says. He thinks about it. He says it with conviction. Even when I disagree with Kyle, I know that I'm actually, you know, disagreeing with something that he's thought about and you know, believes on principle. And you can tell, like, and I feel the same way. If I saw someone that we'd had on our show, because again, Hutch has been on KKF, Kyle and Crystal gave him that platform to come on and make a stupid bullshit argument about how Liz Cheney was awesome and how Kamala should, you know, campaign with her.
Age like milk.
Yeah, age like fucking milk, bro. It's completely crazy. And of course, it's not like Hutch ever came out and acknowledged how shitty his argument was and how on point Kyle's was. But yeah, for Kyle to have given him that platform to come make his stupid dog shit argument and
They're in such when you think about it, like it's kind of easy to be in their spot when you think about it. Like, you don't really have a lot to defend because you're just permanently out of power. Like, their wing of their kind of flank of the left wing has just like basically always been out of power. And they concoct a narrative about why that is, that completely and conveniently places the blame totally outside of themselves. So, you know, they're it's not that they don't know how to win seats, it's that they're being blocked from power. And so they get to make these claims that are like technically unfalsifiable, right? Like, if you guys did everything that we said, you would have an 80-seat majority. And of course, the Democratic Party leadership are not fucking idiots, and so they're not going to do what these guys are suggesting. And you know, the Democrats win some, we lose some, we go back and forth. That's the dynamic in America. Meanwhile, like, their flank, they're just always out of power. And so they get to just sit on the sidelines and play armchair quarterback. And, you know, like, you can dismantle certain arguments and reduce the likelihood that their arguments are, you know, accurate. You know, like, hypothetically, what would be happening if we were in charge? They get to say, like, we would fucking get, you know, it's a lot like Trump, right? Except Trump wins, you know? Like, their whole thing is like very similar, where it's like there's this elite cabal of people and they want to control you and manipulate you and keep you down and you know, disenfranchise you and disempower you, and we can see them for who they are, and we want to rescue you from all that, and you know, if only the Democrats would just step aside and just give us power, we would be able to fucking give you 50 cats and 5 orgasms a day. And they never have to, like, prove it, right? They never have to fucking prove it, like, ever. You know, Mamdani is going to be fucking fascinating. Mamdani is going to be fascinating, right? Because that is really kind of the, like, let's really kind of rack our brains here. I'm just trying to think, like, Mamdani is like very firmly in their kind of camp, right? Like, much more similar to their politics than probably like mine, and certainly like Hakeem Jeffries. And he's going to be given like a lot of power to directly influence a city of 9 million people. Like, what is the equivalent? When was the last time something like this? It's kind of like a dog catching the car situation here. When was the last time, like, a socialist, not just a democratic socialist, we'll just say it, whatever. Like, when was the last time somebody would, like, Mamdani's politics given that much power and influence? Like, he has more power and influence over the people of New York than Bernie has over the people of Maine, right? So, like, no, I'm serious. That's a serious question. When was the last time one of, like, their guys was given this much power and control and influence? I honestly don't know. Like, has it been decades? Hold on, let's do the thing. Mamdani is a very far left Democratic politician. When was the last time somebody with politics resembling Mamdani's? When was the last time that somebody with politics resembling Mamdani's was given that much power to influence a group of people in the US the size of NYC, assuming he wins the race? Which I think is a pretty safe assumption at this point, right? I just don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. De Blasio? No. The mayor before Adams? No. Well, honestly, bro, did you ask AI the same thing? Because AI says Bill de Blasio. Bill de Blasio ran on progressive platform, Tale of Two Cities, higher taxes on wealthier New Yorkers, universal pre-K. He's a good example of a left-leaning mayor in New York City. But Bill de Blasio is not a democratic socialist, though, right? Brandon Johnson of Chicago, population 2.7 million. Was he a democratic socialist? Why are you acting like Zoran's policies are radical? I'm not talking about his policies. Some of his policies, I think, are questionable. I like most of them. I do like most of them. Some of them don't, not so much. But his stated ideology, like his whole thing is like he has branded himself and marketed himself throughout the years as somebody who is just markedly far left, right? And I'm not making any fucking judgment on that. I don't even want to get into, like, is it bad or good to be far left? I'm just saying, like, just objectively, just far left guy, right? David Dinkins was DSA. David Dinkins. Who the fuck is that? Well, we're getting a little bogged down here, but the point is, that's a lot of power. Like, mayor of New York City, that's a lot of power, right? And so now this is like, now he's got to play defense. He's probably going to win this race, probably going to be sworn in as mayor, and then it's like, boom, let's see what you can do. And if he falls flat on his face, and I'm not rooting for that, by the way, these guys are going to cut that motherfucker loose immediately. You know, their whole cope is going to be like, well, he was never one of us. All elite memes with $5. I don't know about Democratic Socialists, but de Blasio was seen as very far left here. He ended up being terrible in office. Hopefully we don't have a repeat. I can't speak to de Blasio's record, so.
Poisoned the brain of all of his followers, you know, and then to hear him just lying and misrepresenting Kyle's argument. Kyle, someone who's only been nice to him, someone who's only been, amenable to his arguments and platformed his arguments, to then just tune in to hear something out of context being strawmanned by this stupid dimwit. I would be pissed off too, bro. It's a fucking betrayal.
Yeah.
It was literally just Kyle's picture was in the fucking thumbnail. Like the video in question, I don't even think I talked about Kyle Kulinski. I could be wrong, but it was literally just like a branding for the thumbnail. That's all. It was like that was it. You could say it was slightly misleading, slight, but not even really, right? Like I'm speaking to I was having a conversation with History Speaks about I don't even remember, but some kind of communication breakdown with the far left. He just didn't like his fucking face in the thumbnail. He just decided to be a big old baby about it. And these guys are like, come on, bro. He was nice to you. It's like, I am not. If I want to go make friends, I have friends. I got enough friends, man. It's just, you get older and you're like, you know what? If I have 5 good friends, I'm good, I'm not making friends. I'm not doing politics to make friends. If I do make friends, that's fine. If I do make friends, that's good. I'm friends with Josiah, right? I'm not opposed to it, but I don't reach out to Kyle and have a conversation with because I'm trying to be friends with him. Okay? That's not what this is. Why are they doing this whole it's just so childish, It's so fucking childish. Dasvidani with $2. Pour one out for jaded ex-friend. History Speaks. You used to be friends with him? Is that what you're saying?
100%. That's a great thing to bring up because it does show how earnest Kyle is, right? He does actually care when you offer criticism. And we're actually in a unique position, right? We don't get to brag about this enough, but we've had a fair number of interactions with Kyle, right? Kyle is one of the dudes that I've always really...
I'm just a little struck with how bro, these guys are thirsty. Some people might say that they're hungry for that Kyle Kulinski juice. Jeez, man, they are gassing him the fuck up. We don't like to brag, but we've had 4 conversations with Kyle Kulinski. The camera's on. Do you know that? The camera's on. Don't publicly thirst after someone like that. Jesus.
Admired and trusted. Obviously, he was a huge inspiration for our show, but he's a guy that we've gotten to know over the last 5 years of doing this show. And we've debated the fuck out of Kyle. I've made videos where I'm like, Kyle, I completely disagree with you, but Kyle's a reasonable guy. If you offer legitimate criticism, we did a video, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months ago where Kyle was talking about re-education camps. And I was like, whoa, Kyle, I don't know if it's the best idea to be talking about re-education camps because we're going to scare normal people away. It wasn't like he, got all pissed off.
That is the reason why it's not a good idea to talk about re-education camps? Of all the reasons you gave for why it's not a good idea to talk about re-education camps, you came up with because it's going to scare normal people? I thought it was just the re-education camps. That's where my mind went with it. I hear the term re-education camps and I think, well, that's horrifying. Probably shouldn't do that. Not a lot of great historical examples of re-education camps that we would call successful or humane. I don't know. These fucking tanky little dipshits.
For frustrated, it's not like a guy who can't handle.
It's like the rapture, That's how somebody described it to me one time. This utopia that they imagine that is just fucking never gonna happen. It's just never gonna happen. It's like what the rapture is to evangelicals. They're like, we'll do the fucking re-education camps, right? And the normies will never suspect it. It's like the rapture, It's like the evangelicals are like, any day now, Jesus is gonna come down and do the thing, right?
Pushback or a dude that is bothered by criticism. One time we had a great debate with Kyle where he was like, where Gavin and I were both kind of interested in the third party, and he was like, guys, love the idea and spirit, but it's a dog shit fucking plan, and you are gonna be humiliated and disappointed if you get involved. It turned out to be pretty correct, right? Hit the nail.
Graham Plattner has come out with a new statement about what he calls skull and crossbones tattoo 38 minutes ago.
Hey everyone, Graham Plattner here. I want to talk to you about something. In 2007, when I was a young infantry sergeant in the Marine Corps, myself and some machine gunners I served in Fallujah and Ramadi with were on our third deployment. We were in a naval vessel and we pulled in for a Liberty port in Split, Croatia. We went ashore to do the thing that young Marines do, which tends to be carousing and sometimes getting tattoos. We wanted to get something that represented our jobs, our service, fighting in Fallujah and Ramadi as machine gunners. We went ashore, we found a tattoo parlor after a fair amount of heavy carousing, and we found a tattoo on the wall, a piece of flash that looked like a terrifying skull and crossbones. We thought it looked cool, and so we got it. I have had this tattoo for the last 18 years. I re-enlisted into the United States Army with this tattoo, where I was screened for hate and gang-related tattoos.
Honestly, that does not make me feel great about the screening process for the armed services. That seems like a big fuck up. Maybe we should maybe we should talk about those standards, because isn't that like your one job? That's one of the few things in life where it's like you fucking literally have one job. You know, like you got the people in the army, and it's their job to make sure that they meet physical standards. And then you got the other people in the army who, you know, do the paperwork. And then you got the other part of the people in the army that are like training them in boot camp. And then you have like, you know, Dave. And it's Dave's only job to find tattoos that could indicate that that person is an extremist or belongs in a gang. And fucking Dave just decided, you know what? Probably fine, you know. Recruitment is so far down that they will take whoever they can get. Yeah. We should probably talk about the standards there, you know. Fucking Dave. There's always a Dave, isn't there?
Worked for the State Department as a contractor, where I got a full physical, which included screening my tattoos. I've gone through life with this thing, taking my shirt off, having photographs taken, videos taken. I've been very, very open in my life with the fact I had a skull and crossbones on my chest, because that's what I thought it was. It's come to my attention that it has a stark resemblance to a symbol that is used by neo-Nazis.
Well, it's not that it has a stark resemblance, it just is the symbol.
And I want to say that was not the intent at all. And the idea that I've been going around with something like that utterly horrifies me. I know that symbols like this can be incredibly damaging to people, and the idea that I've had it all these years and it could have been read like that is incredibly troubling. I have lived a life dedicated to anti-fascism, anti-racism, and anti-Nazism. I think that racism and anti-Semitism are a long scourge on our society and a long scourge on our politics, and I think it has no place in our world. For that reason, I have gone and gotten it covered up. Last night, I went to a tattoo parlor.
It's fucking amateur hour. Take the lav mic off, man. Come on.
Parlor, and I got this to cover up the skull and crossbones. It's a Celtic knot with some imagery around dogs, because my wife Amy and I have two wonderful dogs that we love a lot. This far more represents who I am now than even the skull and crossbones did, which I thought that it was. This has come up because the establishment is trying to throw everything it can at me.
This has come up because you have, had a Nazi tattoo and you're running for the Senate. That's why this came up. It was always going to come up. It was only a matter of time. That's why it came up. You should have got it covered up years ago or removed, you know, one of the two. It's probably cheaper to get it covered up, right?
It is terrified of what we are trying to build here. Every second we spend talking about a tattoo I got in the Marine Corps is a second we
I don't love this. I'm sorry. I just don't love this. I don't love it. I don't love it. I don't love it. The people that did Oppo research on you and found this were doing the jobs. Like every candidate needs to be vetted. Every candidate needs to be thoroughly vetted. So, hypothetically speaking, of course, you don't run into something like, oh, our guy has a Nazi tattoo. Like, that's why you do the vetting. That's why you do the Oppo research. To Tommy Vitor's point, sometimes that stuff can get really nasty, right? Like, sometimes it can get kind of like racist. And, you know, there's some crazy Oppo research that was reported on that Hillary did about Obama in 2008. And, you know, that's true. But, like, this is just a purely self-inflicted wound, okay? I just don't like this impulse to be like, the only reason they're doing this is because they're afraid of my power. And that means they're afraid of your power, you know? I just don't like that. Fucking don't like it, man.
Don't talk about Medicare for all. It's a second that we don't talk about raising taxes on the wealthy. It's a second we're not talking about the material struggles of Mainers as they try to scrape through a system that at its core is trying to rob them. And that's why tonight, I'm just going back right out on the road. We're holding a town hall in Ogunquit, where much like I've been doing for the past month, going around the state of Maine, making myself accessible to Mainers in their communities so I can listen to them. I can hear about what it is they need to change in our political system. And that is what I'm going to continue dedicating my time to. Thank you all very much, and I really appreciate your support through all of this. I will say, it is deeply hard for me personally, but all—
Okay, yeah, listen, I'm fucking done with you, bro. Fucking done. I hope Mainers make good decisions in the upcoming primaries. And I will respect the will of the voters of Maine. But as of right now, nah, I'm good.
Nail on the head with that one. We were like, you know what, Kyle, you called that like a fucking, you know, a perfect.
Hold on.
Is bothered by criticism. One time we had a great debate with Kyle where he was like, well, Gavin and I were both kind of interested in a third party, and he was like, guys, love the idea and spirit, but it's a dog shit fucking plan, and you are gonna be humiliated and disappointed if you get involved. It turned out to be pretty correct, right? Hit the nail on the head with that one. We were like, you know what, Kyle, you called that like a fucking, you know, a perfect shot. So he's not the—
I'm taking it. He endorsed Jill Stein, and all right, whatever. That's fine.
Kind of dude that like gets all pissed off and his feathers ruffled whenever you have a disagreement. So, which is why I was surprised. Like,
as Hutch would say, if this was about a creator like Vosh, so he's just gonna stream through this thing, huh? I mean, yeah. That's his only. He's got two plays, right? Like, you just fucking stream through it, weather the storm. The news cycle will change. Or you drop out of the race, right? And so you kind of have to, like, you can't be too, you know, I feel like if you're perceived as like groveling too much or whatever, then I think that makes it look weak. And so you do have to kind of like, if you're gonna own it, you have to like, you have to own it with strength. I don't know how to describe that. That's very vague, but which is what he did, but in doing so, he like offloaded the blame, and I just don't like that. Like, bro, how did you not know that you were going to be fucking vetted? How did you really think that people were not going to discover that you have a Nazi tattoo? Like, and it didn't occur to you to go get how long does it take to get a tattoo like that? Probably like, what, 7 to 9 hours, maybe like 6 hours? You couldn't set aside 6 hours? He's also not taking care of that tattoo, by the way. If that's a fresh tattoo, if you got that like yesterday or whatever, I mean, you should probably have that thing covered up still, right? And you should be putting on like cream or whatever.
He was pissed off by whatever Hutch said in that coverage.
Yeah, which is 100% justified. Because again, Hutch is a totally dishonest hack. His whole point is to punch left. He's been boosting all these stupid smears against Hassan Piker relentlessly. He's
Oh my God. Oh. We got Ludwig, man. We got Ludwig. That's how bad it was, okay? Ludwig came out and was like, yeah, that shit was a shot caller. That's when you know it's bad. Literally, that is like a really strong indicator that, ooh, this must be pretty damning. You know? That's how bad it is. Ludwig took a position on this thing, and that guy doesn't do that ever.
Promoted a bunch of pro-Israel talking points and propaganda consistently. He's championed some of the worst Democrats. He's done apologia for Joe Manchin and John Fetterman recently.
Who the fuck is lying here? Fetterman? What the fuck? I might be absent-minded from time to time. I suppose it's possible. Chat. Did I defend John Fetterman recently? Can we just acknowledge that not only did Kyle not watch the video and rather chose to just be a reactionary weirdo, but then they just admitted themselves that they didn't even watch the video. Yeah. And then they accused me of lying to their audience. And then fucking literally the next sentence, they say that I defended John Fetterman. What? The extent of my John Fetterman commentary in recent times is me saying, not my problem. I wasn't the one fucking aggressively pushing Fetterman. That's a you problem. Like once he became the nominee, I was like, yeah, let's go.
Not like a year or 3 years ago, like literally like 2 fucking weeks ago.
Bro, he supports genocide.
Yeah, it's crazy. And
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. En nombre del Padre, Madre y Espíritu Santo. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among sinners, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. That last part is very important. And lead us not into temptation, to get triggered. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Is that what it is? Fuck, I don't even... The Catholic Our Father is slightly different. Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. I think so. I think that's what it is. Yeah, we've said our prayers, and honestly, I do feel calmer. I get it. I get it. All right. Makes sense now.
You know, I mean, there's a reason why, again, Hutch is someone who identifies as liberal, who's someone I feel like our audience would probably consider kind of a mainstream liberal. No offense, Hutch, sorry, Josiah, no offense, Josiah, if you're watching this, but, you know, Josiah sounds like he's 10 times to the left of Hutch when they're having a debate on Live and Learn, which, again, Josiah just exited. But again, he would sound like a radical. Him and Pisco, who, again, are both like self-identifying, like liberal.
I mean, listen, I don't want to slander anybody, but like, I don't know if, I don't even know if Josiah and Pisco would reject the claim that they're probably, I'm saying this in a neutral way, right? But like more extreme than the like median Democrat, right? Like, what was the whole debate about packing the court, right? Like their position is that Democrats should aggressively, at least that's what Josiah said, and then it kind of changed a little bit, but like they were kind of saying that Democrats should aggressively run on expanding the court, right? And their whole thing is, you say like, well, it polls at like 28%. That doesn't seem electorally like smart. And their whole thing is like, well, you just like, you educate people, get out there and fucking lead. And, but like, I don't think that they would. Yeah, I would say Josiah is like pretty extreme, right? Maybe extreme is loaded. I don't know. Captain Dan, thank you so much for $2. They only say because it leans authoritarian. Extreme what? No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, but like literally, like technically, right? Like it is extreme to say that the Democrats should like run on and make a central pillar of their platform, which is, I don't know, it started that way and then kind of morphed into something else, but like that is extreme, right? I think Josiah said that the next Democratic president is either Josiah or Econoboy, but I feel like Josiah agreed. Said that the next Democratic president should like do an IRS audit of the entire Supreme Court. I mean, that's pretty extreme, right? Not extreme in the sense of like, let's seize the means of production. That's a different kind of extreme. But it's pretty extreme to say, for example, like Joe Biden should have fired Merrick Garland for not initiating some kind of a prosecution of Donald Trump right away and replaced him with a attorney general that he knew was going to prosecute. Like that's pretty extreme, right? Like the Dems should have Project 2029, but don't talk about it. That's just not possible because like it'll leak at some point. You can't. Do you really think that like we can do a Project 2029 and not have it leak? Because that's just not how it works, right? God, we can't do anything, right? Yeah.
Pro-capitalist, like they go out of their way to say I'm not a socialist, but they sound like fucking radicals because they're actually willing to give credit to progressives and identify right-wing Democrats for what they are, whereas Hutch just wants to celebrate and defend them. So yeah, he's a total mess, and it's so glorious to see Kyle speaking the truth on this.
Yep. So shout out to
it?
Oh yeah, that was the end of
okay, gotcha.
The road, end of the Hutch discourse. That is, but yeah.
All right, another banger. Those guys fail to disappoint every time we tune in. It's just fucking. Kyle Kulinski one time sent me a tiny plastic bag with the toenails that he cut that day. I don't want to brag. I don't like to brag about this stuff. But he once sent me a bunch of his pubic hairs. No, they were so thirsty, man. Zoran is on Flagrant Podcast. Damn. Are they live right now? Does Flagrant auto DMCA? I think they might, man. I think they might. 1 hour and 13 minutes. Mamdani. Okay. Smart guy. They were gassing him up too, man. Like, what's his name? Andrew Schultz was like, Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are the only Democrats that give a fuck about like Flagrant is that podcast with Andrew Schultz and his comedian friends. AOC on Flagrant would be interesting. I think she would do great. Like she should go in there and just do great. I just want to touch on a little bit like the framing at the end there. You know, the idea that I defend right-wing Democrats. I feel like we should dive into that a little bit. I just have I wasn't always like this. It definitely changed. Like, this is I would say probably like the most significant shift in my politics over the course of the last 10 years, we'll say. You know, during the Trump era, Donald Trump and the threat of MAGA and the Republican Party just really profoundly changed me. It really did. It changed me like in a number of ways, but it was profound. And it got me to think about what is democracy? Because when someone like Donald Trump comes along and he threatens to either explicitly or by saying we should just terminate the Constitution, like he fucking literally said that, or but more kind of insidiously, when he threatens democracy, it forced me to stop and think about like, well, what do I not want him to take away, and why don't I want him to take those things away? And I just started thinking about things that I took for granted. I just took for granted. These are things that I just didn't think about. Like I grew up and my attitude was like, well, the framers said that these rights are endowed by our creator, so they're God-given rights. So, you know, that was the extent of my analysis on that, right? I didn't really think about like, what is it like living in Nepal? You know, like, what is that actually like? What is it like living in Afghanistan? You know, what's going on in Myanmar? They fucking elected a president with a Discord vote. Fucking Gen Z has done like 2 coups in the span of 3 weeks, you know. Also, don't miss the sly implication they are making about pondering leaving the pod. Yeah, they were being a little subtle there. Was it Nepal? Yeah, it was Nepal. They elected a president with a Discord vote after a coup. And then they cooed the new person. So I just started thinking about things differently. I was like, wait a second. Maybe, just maybe, the country's got a lot of good shit going for it, you know? I started really thinking about like the Constitution. And like, what does it mean to be a liberal? What is liberal democracy? Things that probably should have cracked open a book before and really kind of explored these things. And then the more I learned about like these institutions and systems and norms that Donald Trump wants to tear down, the more I began to like appreciate them. And so like, and then I started thinking about like democracy differently, right? When we think like there's a tendency, I think, for at least there was in me for a really long time, there's a tendency to simplify things because it just makes it easier to talk about things. Like if you oversimplify something, it's obviously much easier to understand, but you don't really maybe necessarily have an accurate sense of reality when you do that. And I think for a really long time, I would look at the parties, the political parties, as these sort of monolithic entities. Like you have the Democratic Party and then you have the Republican Party, and the Democrats do things and then the Republicans do things, you know? That's how I looked at it. It was just one single entity, just one kind of collective consciousness. And then you all just, then you just do stuff. But that's not what it is. That's not really what a political party is when you think about it. And I just started thinking about like democracies are kind of about consensus. That's kind of the gist of it, right? Like consensus. The party, the one single entity of the Democratic Party, is comprised of thousands of different people that serve millions of different constituents. And then they get together and then they say, okay, here's what I want. Here's what I want. Here's what I want. Here's what I want. All right, what can we do with that? And it's a process of synthesis. If you have power and you have a Democratic Party and it's in power, you're doing a synthesis. You're putting your heads together, you're forging consensus, and then you're delivering the best thing that you can deliver in an ideal kind of situation. That is how the process works. And I think when you get stuck in this kind of mindset of just like it's the Democrats who are, choosing not to do Medicare for all, you're not at all seeing the full picture, like at all, And so if there's some Democrat, and it used to come up quite a bit on the podcast, and it would just kind of irritate me a little bit. Because we would be having these conversations about like, I'm just so fed up with Kyrsten Sinema. Oh, I'm just so crossed. Joe Manchin at it again. Gosh, golly, Klobuchar just being cringe again. And I don't think of it that way anymore. Like I think about it like, not my state. I didn't vote for that person. Not my choice. It's like not really my problem. Like I don't really have a say in who the people of Maine choose to advance past the next primary in the Senate. Not up to me. If they choose Plattner, then Plattner's the guy. But I just don't, if there's some moderate Republican who votes for the Laken-Riley Act or something like that, I'm like, well, I'm sure they felt a lot of pressure to vote for that. That's just the way I look at it now. It's just a totally different, it's just a totally different, I just look at politics so differently. And so when you hear people like the Vanguard that are like, he spends so much time defending conservative Democrats. It's like, it's not that I'm like personally defending them or co-signing everything that they do. That's not what it's about. But I just I don't feel that compulsion at all anymore. I have like my representative and my senators. Those are the things that I get a say on, right? And the president, right? You can donate to campaigns. Like I've donated to like state level races before. Whoops. That's fine. But after the voters decide who they want to sit in that chair, that's democracy. Okay. Now they're in that term for 2 years or 4 years or 6 years. And that's the reality, right? I just don't. So if the voters of West Virginia decide that Joe Manchin should sit in that seat, you can choose to look at it like, oh, fuck. He's going to block this provision of the IRA, and he's going to block this provision of the Build Back Better bill. And God, he's being so difficult. You can choose to look at it that way. And that's fine, I guess. To me, it's just a waste of energy. Because you could also look at it like, wow, holy shit. My God, we are lucky to have a Democrat serving in the Senate in a state that went 40 points to Trump. That's fucking insane. He's kind of a unicorn, and it's going to be really difficult to replicate that. Because, I don't know about you guys, but I wish Joe Manchin was still serving in West Virginia right now. That would be great. That would just be so great. It's like drafting a running back for a fantasy Senate league. Once you know more about politics, you realize it's not always easy. Certain representative answer to their constituents. They all do. I mean, that's the point. Sorry, I didn't mean to. That sounded aggressive. They all do. That's the point. That's the point. And if they feel, if the constituents of that district or
state feel like their interests are not being sufficiently represented in Congress, they will vote that person out. And there will be a new person that comes in. And I have just like very limited say in what people outside of my district and state think, which is the vast majority of the country. The vast majority of the country are going to make their own decisions, and I think that that's like that process is like what we're fighting to preserve. When we're talking about Donald Trump and the threat that he poses, that's what we're trying to preserve. In other words, fuck Iowa. Yes, me too. Manchin was a miracle. There was no reason for a Dem to win in a 70-30 state for Trump. It's a fucking R plus 40 state. And we're over here like, gosh, why is Joe Manchin being so difficult? Why the fuck do you think he's being difficult? If you had to guess, you know, like if you had to like, is that me defending Joe Manchin? Not really. Like I see that as me defending just like the democratic principles. Which, you know, if we have an ideological difference, and it seems like we do with the Vanguard, because they're over here like, let's not talk about re-education camps because you might scare the normies. I think there's a very clear ideological difference there. They won't vote that person out, Hutch. Who the fuck has 10 to 20 million on hand to throw into a Dem primary campaign if they aren't getting it from the DCCC? You can't go against that as a no-name primary candidate. Well, you're doing the thing right now. I don't know if you realize this, but you're doing the thing. If a representative of a district starts taking votes that are wildly out of step with the desires of their constituents, they're gonna have a hard time surviving a primary. Look at Fetterman. Look at Fetterman. He's sitting at like 50, 60%. State level approval. Okay? Like he's decently popular with independents and Republicans. And he's polling at like 35% with Democrats. He's not going to survive a primary. Sinema. Exactly. Sinema. She thought she could position herself as an independent maverick and kind of take on the John McCain mantle, and Democratic Party voters got sick of her, and they were like, nope, you're not going to be the guy. We want a new guy. When you frame it the way that you did, Glup, where it's like there's no way you can beat the money, you're just fucking making excuses. Is what's happening. Is it hard? It's hard to like overcome big money advantages, right? But that's the job, right? That's what you got to do. And if the people are, you know, reasonably happy with their, look at Mamdani, exactly, yeah, look at Mamdani. And if the people are reasonably happy with the way that they're being governed, then they'll be more likely to re-elect that person. That's just basic politics. Show me an example of a single, I think like it's easier to make the case, I think, with like representatives. Well, hang on. Because now I'm like, okay, the entire Republican Party. Because like the entire Republican Party, they're more popular now with people who make under $100,000 a year. And the Republican Party just took fucking healthcare subsidies away from 11 million people and cut it by over $100 million or $100 billion. So on the Republican side of the aisle, you can make all kinds of votes that fuck your constituents, and you're good. There are no rules. Just fucking do whatever, you know? You can be Mike Johnson serving in Louisiana's 4th district, where like a third of the people there are on Medicaid. It's one of the poorest districts in the country. And he's this House Speaker. So he put forth a bill to take Medicaid subsidies away from thousands of his constituents. And he's probably fine, you know. But like, I don't know.
They get away with it because they lie their fucking tits off and people believe them. That's the reality there. But if you're a Democrat, like, give me an example of like a Democrat serving in the Congress. Let's focus on the House, you know, that are really unpopular with their own constituents, and then they just survive a primary like that. Not that that like never happens, but usually that person is voted out. If you piss off your constituents too much, like Cory Bush or whatever, you're out of there. They're not going to reelect you. Madison Cawthorn, you know, like. Did we cover the apology that Plattner just posted? Yeah, we just did that a few minutes ago. Didn't love it. Didn't love it. Didn't love it. Gotta say. All right, we're going to cut it off there, guys. Tomorrow is Thursday. Tomorrow we'll be live at the regular time, 8:30 a.m. Pacific. 11:30 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be doing that Sunday through Friday. Mondays, we've been kind of doing just the one stream with the podcast, but it's the regular time. Also, check back on the YouTube channel. We do mostly daily YouTube VODs. So if you missed a stream and you want more curated content, that's where like the juicy stuff is. Editor is doing a fucking great job. Feel free to leave kind comments for the editor in the comments. Hey, editor man, you're doing great. I'm sure he'd love to see those. Haven't hit the bell icon. If you subscribe to the YouTube channel, fucking highly encourage that. That would be great. With nasty thumbnails? Wait, the thumbnails I think are pretty good. Like, and he didn't have a lot of experience with the thumbnails. He's kind of learning as he goes, and yeah, he's got a good like situation there. I think it's good. I'm happy with it. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.